If you Hello, everyone. I'm Daniel Flatt, Editor-in-Chief of Capital Monitor, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the second day of our Making Sense of Net Zero Global Event series. Making Sense of Net Zero addresses some of the most pressing issues that will shape the COP27 agenda and is today focused on the challenges of financing the transition to net zero. Commitments made at last year's COP to secure global net zero by mid-century and keep 1.5 degrees by 2050 within reach are politically intact, but the broad consensus is we're not on track to actually reach them. Ever more immediate and dramatic global action is required within the next decade to pull us closer to the magic 1.5. Optimists, of which there are many, believe we can achieve this. Skeptics, who are becoming increasingly noisy and influential, question whether net zero is worth the financial cost. Similar to the Brexit debate, this subject has very quickly become both polarized and politicized. And it's true, the costs are big. Funding a net zero future will require, by some estimates, up to an extra 3.5 trillion a year globally, creating a major shift in capital allocation. It is reasonable to ask the question whether we have enough capital and, perhaps more importantly, I think, whether the application of that capital is effective and efficient. I have some doubts on the latter. And a question everyone who works in the capital markets, I think, should ask themselves is, given the sheer number of net zero pledges made across the financial sector, have we seen a discernible and commensurate shift in investment activity? As much as I'd like to promise that our event today will comprehensively answer that question, I'm not sure we can. However, we will examine the progress made in the financial sector and the actions still needed to meet net zero commitments. Our interviews and panel discussions will also provide you with practical insights and useful pointers to help you successfully factor climate considerations into your investment and business processes. So please stay tuned. Before we kick off, I would like to say a very big thank you to the sponsors of our Making Sense of Net Zero event series. It's Aberdeen, DWS, Floodry, Masdar City, and RMS. Please check out the sponsor tab on the event website and click the company logos to find out more about these organizations. All of today's content will be available for delegates to access on demand, so you can watch as of tomorrow any of the panels that you may have missed today. Click on the platform and specifically the on demand tab and scroll to the session you wish to play back. Please also remember to use the hashtag Making Sense of Net Zero when posting about the event on social media. We want, as always, to get your feedback and your comments. So let's get started. First up is MP and COP26 President Alok Sharma, who will be giving a few words to open our event today. He'll be followed by the first of our two very high-profile interviews with Lord John Browne, Chairman of Beyond Net Zero and the former CEO of BP, and immediately after with Sir Douglas Flint, Chairman of Aberdeen. In the meantime, I am leaving you in the good company of Alok Sharma. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to the New Statesman for convening this event. I'm currently in New York for the UN General Assembly and New York Climate Week, but I'm very pleased to be joining you for this timely discussion on financing the transition to net zero. I can tell you that finance has been one of my top priorities as COP26 President. 10 months ago in Glasgow, we delivered the historic Glasgow Climate Pact, and that pact, forged amongst nearly 200 countries, allowed us to say with credibility that we had kept alive the possibility of limiting the rise in average global temperature to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels. But we knew back in Glasgow that it would only be the case if countries delivered the commitments made in that pact and across the COP26 summit in full. And we need to do that urgently. The tragic flooding in Pakistan, the extreme droughts in China, and the heat waves and wildfires sweeping the UK and countries around the world over the past months are evidence enough of that. So friends, I'm encouraged that since Glasgow, there is a clear sense of an inevitable and accelerating trend. Indeed, net zero is one of the clearest economic trends that we have ever seen. More than 500 financial institutions with over $130 trillion of assets on their balance sheets have now committed to net zero by 2050 as part of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. Almost half of those institutions have set an interim target for 2030 or earlier, and all founding members are expected to have set a 2030 target by COP27. The UK government's Transition Plan Task Force is supporting that work and making progress on tackling the challenge of greenwashing as well. Clearly, the global financial system is moving closer to becoming a system capable of delivering net zero. And businesses and financial institutions around the world are recognizing the scale of the opportunity for those on the front foot. But whilst we are moving in the right direction, we are still some way away from where we need to be. Emerging markets and developing economies will require annual investment of over $1 trillion by 2030 to ensure they are on the path to net zero. That is a 7-fold increase on today's investment levels. And that is why we need to turn the billions that are already flowing into the trillions. So developed countries and major financial institutions need to work in partnership with developing nations to ensure that finance is flowing to the countries, the communities, and the projects which need it most. We also need more public-private partnerships, de-risking of finance, and new innovative financial instruments. We must promote collectively a more conducive investment environment for green finance and green the financial sector itself. The work ahead of us, whilst extensive, is clear. And it is absolutely essential if we are to keep 1.5 degrees alive and if we are going to continue to deliver prosperity without sacrificing our planet. So friends, commit yourselves to net zero and to concrete transition plans. Mobilize finance and ensure that it is reaching the countries, the communities, and the projects that need it most. And let's simplify access to high-quality finance as well. Thank you so much for allowing me to be with you, and good luck for the rest of today's event.
Hello and good afternoon to all of you listening into our second day of the Making Sense of Net Zero event. For those of you who have just joined, I am Daniel Flatt, Editor-in-Chief of Capital Monitor, and I am delighted to be here today with Lord John Brown, Chairman of Beyond Net Zero. Welcome, John.
Thank you very much.
Beyond Net Zero is an investment venture launched last year, and it is focused on investing in promising companies looking to solve climate-related issues. There is a specific emphasis on decarbonisation, energy efficiency, resource conservation, and emissions management. Beyond Net Zero is a companion venture of General Atlantic, which has circa sort of 88-90 billion in funds. It's a US growth equity investor. And of course, as many will already know, John is the former CEO of BP. Sadly, we have only 20 minutes of your time, John. So I intend to split our conversation into sort of crudely two halves. Firstly, a broader discussion around our ability to reach net zero. And secondly, I then want to talk a little bit about capital and the amount out there to support the path to net zero, and more specifically touch upon who Beyond Net Zero is investing in to date. So my first question, as tricky as it may be, is do you think we're currently on a path to reach net zero?
There is a chance that we could meet net zero, but I think the probabilities are getting smaller and smaller. When you add up the national commitments that were established in COP26, they don't make 1.5 degrees at all. It's higher than that. And actually, if you look at the real delivery on the ground, I would expect we'll fall short unless something dramatic happens. And actually, what has happened, the drama at the moment, probably pushes back the time to reach net zero because of the crisis of energy security, geopolitics, and affordability.
Is your opinion that we were sort of, well, I think you've sort of answered it to some extent. We were struggling beforehand, but now the crisis in Ukraine, etc., is just sort of exaggerated to the point where politically we have other priorities. Correct?
That's correct. We've been kicking the climate problem can down the road for a long time. I mean, it's been around a long time. I made a speech in 1997 when I was running BP to say it's time we must do something about climate change. We've got to reduce the emissions of carbon dioxide, greenhouse gases, and to reduce them down to net zero as quickly as possible. And that was 25 years ago. Not a lot happened in the first 20 years of that. And so it's only recently that people have begun to say, we need to have plans. So plans are in place, but the delivery of those plans is falling short. So I like to think that we should keep the aspiration of 1.5 degree temperature change, net zero by 2050. All these things should be in place, but we've got to get on. We really have to get on. And I think one of the things which has changed is a deeper understanding of how long the energy transition takes. Transition from fossil fuels to a system of energy production which does not involve fossil fuels takes a long time. And the bridging technology has to be something to do with capturing greenhouse gas emissions and doing something with them, probably storing them up. This is an essential part of the program if we are to maintain the use of hydrocarbons, as is very likely we will do.
Okay, I will come on to the sort of technology component, but I just want to sort of just push it a little further on the sort of the net zero. As you say, you mentioned aspirations. Now clearly we've been talking in context primarily of sort of political will confronted by obviously some pretty awful real world situations out there, but the private sector presumably can still mobilize a decent chunk of capital. Yes, it's restricted given what we're facing, but presumably there is still a lot that can be done now, right?
Oh yes, and indeed public finance has not given up either. If you look at the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, there's a lot of public finance, notably in the nature of tax reliefs and grants for certain activity, which is an incentive package to get further on the path to net zero. But the private sector has plenty of capital. It needs incentives or possibly disincentives to invest it in emissions reduction. It needs to make sure that the returns are appropriate. And that's why I think, for Beyond Net Zero, we're trying to prove that that actually is the case. We can invest to reduce greenhouse gases and produce decent returns. And that's very important indeed. So the returns are clearly there. There are probably not enough activities, I would say. There's space for billions of dollars, but we need even more than that to get on the path. We need to invest about $3.5 trillion a year, and we're not investing anything like that. Now, some of that investment, of course, is very basic infrastructure. If we are to electrify society, use electricity for more things, we need to handle the grids, the electric grids we have in North America and Europe. They weren't designed for the sort of amount we think we're going to have to use in the future, nor were they designed for optimization. So bring electricity in from wherever it's generated and send it to wherever it's needed. These grids tend to be regional, national. They only go in one direction or another. And I want to remind you that electricity demand hasn't gone up that much over a long period of time, but now we're expecting to go up a lot. So that's an example of infrastructure which needs to be retooled and invested in.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned incentives and disincentives. Can I push you on perhaps an example for each?
Yeah, sure. So the incentives in the United States are about how much money you get as tax relief on things like energy storage, as well as the investment in wind and solar, so-called production tax credits. Disincentive is the charge for methane emissions, and they're charging people for methane emissions. So it's a way of trying to stop them happening. It's very controversial, being discussed at the moment. But those, you need both carrots and sticks. You need carrots, definitely, to get people to think positively about investment. You need sticks to stop them doing things that if they don't invest, they get a free ride on what other people are investing in, and that's not fair. So I think, these both go hand in hand.
Okay. As I said, we'll move on to sort of technology specifically. You mentioned, capture and storage. Given your vast expertise here, can you spend a little time sort of talking through what you mean by that and the lay of the land broadly at the moment?
So there are a lot of proposals on the table. There have not been huge deliveries, I have to say. So this is an area where, while in theory the technologies will work to capture carbon dioxide from point source emissions, so for example, the power station, capture it from the emissions and then store it in a reservoir, a sealed reservoir underground, i.e. probably an old oil field, or more importantly, a saline aquifer, one which is closed to the environment. That the technologies are all known. It's just they haven't been scaled to the level we need. And so I think that's a big issue. Whether we can scale it, whether we can afford to scale it, whether there are enough incentives to scale it. Again, the IRA in the United States has provided some incentives to do this. We need probably more around the world to kickstart this activity. But there are other ways of doing things. People are suggesting that they capture existing carbon dioxide from the air. They actually take it out of the atmosphere. This is very, very expensive and still really unproven as a scalable technology. And then there are lots of other ways of doing it, which are on the pilot stage, prototype stage, which is to dissolve carbon dioxide into seawater and precipitate calcium carbonate, limestone, to the bottom of the sea. It sounds frightening, but it's not, because of the scale of the ocean. Right. And the ocean is a big carbon dioxide absorber anyway. So there are plenty of things being researched, and we need to continue, because if we're going to use hydrocarbons, and it looks like we're using hydrocarbons certainly to bridge, especially with the reduction in supplies of gas from Russia, then we need a technology to offset the carbon dioxide which is generated.
Okay. You mentioned sort of there's pilot testing. Forgive my ignorance here. When you say pilot testing, is it that we're still testing almost the science of this, or it's the technology in order to enhance it or extract it or do whatever is required, if you know what I mean?
Pilot plant's like a mini version of the real thing. It's designed for experimentation to test out the engineering of the activity. Not to be too precise, the science is how the reactions take place and things like that, and how the fluids flow. And then the pilot is to test it all out from the laboratory to a pilot to a prototype to a full scale. So you scale up bit by bit.
Okay, and the reason I ask that is, but I assume therefore that from a sort of capital perspective, this is either, I don't know, so they're done by universities, or these are real sort of small entrepreneurs that are tackling this.
Or actually, it's medium-sized companies. I mean,
Okay.
no leaps into building a couple of $1 billion plant without having made sure it works when you build it. And you need something smaller to build it to. You only need one, and then people then copy and improve, and we do know that if you get going, the cost of plants drops the more you build.
How much do you think we have to acknowledge a change in lifestyle? I mean, pinning our hopes on technological development, or frankly, capital going completely in the right place at the right time, perfectly aligning with what is required. Are we really prepared to also change the way we live?
Well, so there are two to answer this question. First, on the supply side, there are plenty of different sources of carbon-free energy. Of course, there's renewables combined with storage makes it a sensible way of producing wide-scale electricity, because when the sun is not shining and the wind's not blowing. Secondly, nuclear, which is, I think, will likely have a revival, provided that the much promised cost reductions through small-scale nuclear plants can actually be seen, and we can do a lot of those. Thirdly, it is the other forms of storage. So if we can use surplus power to generate hydrogen, which is green, through electrolyzing water, should do that at school, then that might work. That again is something which in theory can happen. In practice, let's see how it works. So there are lots of different ways. And fourthly, there's using hydrocarbons with carbon capture and storage. So I think we've got interesting choices. Now on the demand side, first I think industrial processes can change. A lot of industrial processes like making cement, making steel, all these things are very carbon intensive, and there are other ways of making them which reduces the carbon content. We can mandate the use of electricity in light passenger vehicles, automobiles, and small trucks. That would reduce further emissions. We can mandate sustainable aviation fuel made from fats, what are called triglycerides, but which burn with no net CO2. We can do that. But all of this is mandating, but we don't have the supply yet to make the mandates really work. Right. And finally, we can, of course, conserve. And I do think this is very important. Most people in the oil industry and in the energy industry say we've been very energy efficient, but no one's conserved the results of the efficiency.
Right.
So the efficient you become, the more you use. So, but I think we have to conserve the efficiency, and we can do that by, for example, better approaches to the built environment. So new materials for houses, retrofitting old, it's insulation, and we can do that. We can use AI to figure out how best to power anything. On the basis of behavior, we can allow systems to control lights, to control houses, to control roads, all these sorts of things. But it takes time to invest in all that. So we have the tools. Now we need to think of climate, getting down to net zero is a multi-pronged process. It's what's called a systems problem. Mm-hmm. So you think about the whole system and figure out which bit you're going to work on at which time, depending on the readiness of technology, its cost, its behavioral acceptance, its political acceptance. How do you make this system work? And that's really very complicated. So it's very complicated because there's no one sitting in a big control room controlling the world. So it's all bits and pieces, and sometimes they're quite randomly happening. But nonetheless, we can see bits doing well, other bits lagging. And I do think that even at this time of affordability crisis, geopolitical crisis, supply crisis, we must not let go. We still don't have to let go of the ambition to get to net zero, because we can eventually create enough non-hydrocarbon energy to replace the hydrocarbons eventually.
Do you think that there should be a good amount of capital flowing towards the traditional sort of hydrocarbon companies? You know, there's a lot of debate about transition, and there's a lot of question marks around whether transition capital, as it were, capital directed towards shifting the activities of these companies is credible, is necessary. What's your take on that?
So it's clear we need hydrocarbons. We probably need less coal, zero coal. We need oil, and we need gas as the last thing we're producing to power up the energy transition. And the thing about hydrocarbons is generally when you develop an oil or gas field, eventually it declines. So it's a wasting asset. So
Right.
you continue to invest in order to keep the supply to the level you need. Now, many people are saying, but I don't know how long the supply is needed. That's probably not the relevant question. The relevant question, I think, for the private sector and even for the governmental sector is how long does it take to pay back my capital above the cost of capital? And with high prices, it's pretty fast, and with low prices, it's very low. And so you can see that as shortage occurs, you pay back quickly, and eventually we get to a point probably where there's surplus. But I think this is, and indeed some people will be left with assets that are stranded.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
this is going to take quite a bit of time, I would say.
Okay. We've got a few more minutes. I'd like to talk specifically about Beyond Net Zero. You're the chairman there. Are you able to talk a little bit about any exciting kind of investments you've made in the venture, or what exactly the purpose is, and how you're sort of getting on with it?
Well, we have a very simple purpose, which is to invest in companies which are growing, which is very important to us, that meet science-based targets for the reduction of greenhouse gases. The science-based targets, to remind you, give you a pathway to net zero by 2050.
Yep.
So they have to at least meet those and actually we expect that they will have emissions reduction potential above the science-based targets. That actually is a positive contribution to Beyond Net Zero, hence the name of the fund, Beyond Net Zero. So the venture. So it's the venture is designed to do that, and the venture is also designed to return appropriately for the capital invested. So it needs to be in line with normal growth investment characteristics. So we've got a strategy. You've already mentioned it. It's fourfold: decarbonisation, energy efficiency, the circular economy, and the measurement and management of emissions. Let me pick a couple of things.
Please. Yeah.
So we've invested in a company called SunKing, which is developing solar in a box, little box units, which are paid for as you go, and developed in and deployed in sub-Saharan Africa. We are increasing the number of customers we have by 150,000 a month. And it allows people to have clean energy in places which are not connected by the grid, and stop them burning diesel and biomass and things which are polluting and uncontrolled. And it's really working very well. And so we're involved in a various number of countries where we understand the risks and we can importantly collect the money. So that's one area. The other area, I'd say, I'd pick another one called O9 Solutions. O9 Solutions is a company that has a system that sits on top of your enterprise management system, such as, for example, SAP system, and allows you to optimize your supply chain. And that's very important because you can optimize it to do with time, to delivery, cost, and greenhouse gas emissions. So this is very important, and we have very big clients there as well. We have, I think, in total about 90,000 people involved in this, customers, and actually need to check that.
Fair enough.
But we have a lot of customers, and they're very big, and it's working well, and it will continue to optimize the way in which things are brought to bear. Think about it as energy efficiency.
Okay. Okay. Just very quickly, these are both sort of private companies, or are they listed? Forgive my ignorance.
They're all private.
And that leads me to perhaps my final question, because I am very conscious of time, which is, do you have a view on I suppose the linkage between investment at the private level, moving to the sort of the listed public status? Do you think there is a safe capital connection between the two in these sectors, if you know what I mean? There is enough appetite from the big major investors for this technology? There's enough understanding?
Definitely. I think because we are looking at high growth rates, provided that the companies actually can grow at this rate over a long period of time, with returns based on good gross margins, then I think investors look at these companies and say, provided that the management is sensible and sound, these are good investments for the future. And there's every reason why liquid investments, quoted investments, are things people will go for. We obviously wait. We're not a majority investor in most of these places, but we have influence, and we would expect to pick the right moment, perhaps to float the companies, perhaps not, perhaps combine with a strategic investor. So it all depends. But I think public markets is a very important markets for good high growth companies.
Okay. Well, I have the pleasure of talking to the chairman of Aberdeen next, so I will be putting a few of those sort of points to him. But John, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you, and I'm afraid we don't have much more time, but thank you so much for it.
Thank you very much for having me.
Hello and good afternoon to all of you listening into our second day of the Making Sense of Net Zero event. I'm Daniel Flatt, Editor-in-Chief of Capital Monitor. For those who have been listening in, and specifically into the last session, we had some insights from John Brown, Chairman of Beyond Net Zero, an early stage investor and former CEO of BP. In this session, time, sadly. So we've got 30 minutes for this particular chat. During that, I sort of hoping, Douglas, to get your views on our ability to reach net zero, the headwinds that we face in meeting these sort of big deadlines that many governments and companies, etc., have set, what it takes for us to get back on track, and what Aberdeen specifically is doing to support net zero goals. So let's get kicked off. Hard question to start off with, but let's ask it anyway. Do you think the net zero project is on the ropes a little, given what we're facing certainly over the last few months?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, I think it's challenged, or some might even say severely challenged, given that there's not been as much progress as many would have hoped to see since COP26. And clearly the situation that the world's facing at the moment, particularly in relation to energy supply constraints because of the war in Ukraine, are having an impact, but they're having a sort of a double-edged impact. Obviously, on one level, sustainability resilience is driving more people to put in place standby sort of hydrocarbon resources to enable them to keep the heating and the power supply going. But on the other hand, the imperative to move away from dependence on gas, to invest more in renewables, and to accelerate initiatives that were already underway to meet the net zero challenge, I think have been accentuated. So, you know, in the short term, I think there are severe challenges. In the long term, I think the geopolitical situation has probably aided accelerating progress towards net zero.
And specifically, you did a little bit more color on where you think that's applicable now.
Well, you can see in terms of what's applicable at the moment, there's a great deal of investment in LNG. There's a great deal of investment, I think, more importantly, in renewables. And I think that the beneficial pricing that people can now see, that onshore wind, offshore wind, hydro and solar are coming in significantly less than electricity generation through gas and fossil fuels, and therefore the imperative from an economic perspective to invest further in renewables is very, very clear. Clearly, we're going to have a bit of a hump as we build that capacity and the storage capacity for renewable generated energy. But the benefits of doing so, both from security, stability, resilience and pricing, are ever more clear. And as more people do it, of course, the price of unit of production comes down. So it is, I think, good news in an appalling situation.
Yeah. Okay. And let's sort of take the UK as a sort of fresh example. Do you have any particular views on what appears to be the new government's sort of energy policies?
Well, I think that the hope is that we'll actually have clarity in what the policy is, because I think many commentators would say one of the deficiencies in the UK, it hasn't been clear what the policy is. It's been fragmented. Now, on one level, our investment as a country in renewables is genuinely world leading, and we've done more to decarbonize our production and indeed our supply than most others. But I think many would say there isn't clarity as to what the long-term vision is, to what the mix we want to have between gas, other fossil fuels, nuclear, renewables and so on. And I hope that this government will take the opportunity of this crisis situation in terms of energy security to lay out what the energy mix that we aspire to have in 10 years' time, and therefore what we're going to do to build that. And then that, because that is needed to attract the necessary investment into what are very expensive long-term projects.
Is it reasonable in the shorter term to talk perhaps more on around sort of the opportunity fossil fuels bring us, so the North Sea, gas, potential fracking? Does that, to you, that's not a concern, that might be a natural way to tackle some short-term sort of supply issues?
I mean, to be honest, I mean, fracking and getting more out of the North Sea are going to be marginal contributors, and they're not going to be available in the short term. So hopefully by the time anything could come from those sources, the current drastic situation in Ukraine will have been resolved one way or another. So I certainly wouldn't be pinning a hope on that. I think it's a good signaling from the government that we're looking at every conceivable option. But I would hope, and I believe to be the case, that more of the energy mix is going to come from nuclear and renewables rather than from fracking or from gas or from the North Sea. I mean, again, it's good to see that the attention now being given to reopening storage facilities, because again, that resilience is hugely important if we are going to have security.
And do you think there's more that needs to be said? And I'm still thinking about the UK, but you might use it as a proxy to some extent, signalling, supporting new technology, whether it's sort of capital incentives or tax or whatever it might be, or is there enough out there to incentivize kind of entrepreneurs to get started on different ways of solving these problems?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that one of the things this new government and indeed its predecessor have said is that if one envisions the UK's role in the world going forward, it is a scientific base in terms of discovery, which punches well above its weight and contributes hugely to knowledge in some of the most important areas that will improve our lives in the future, particularly life sciences and energy transition. What we haven't been as good as others, and where we need to get better, is making sure we monetize them within the UK as opposed to seeing them go to the US, China, elsewhere. But in terms of the science base that is dedicated to energy transition, we have some of the leading scientists and some of the leading projects in the world around nuclear fusion, for example, around the use of hydrogen, battery technology. We have a huge amount of initiatives, a huge number of initiatives in those areas, and what we need to do is capitalize them and make sure that money is made available both from government sources directly through tax incentives and through encouraging our entrepreneurs to take them forward. And I genuinely think that we have huge capabilities in this area.
Oh, well, that sort of answers my next question, which is the wellspring of talent. We're producing good sort of scientists, etc., through the system, and you seem bullish on that front, right?
Well, also I think with incentives, I mean, if you take the analogy of what happened in the pandemic, I mean, we put a great deal of resource and built a task force to address vaccines, and built a vaccine capability and vaccine discovery within a very short number of months, because enough resource was put at it. I think the same needs to happen in the UK and indeed more broadly around the world to incentivize and fund the best scientists to come up with global solutions to climate change, energy supply, energy security.
Okay, and do you have a view, sort of moving more to kind of the macro political scene, views with Russia's ties with China? There's increasing gas contracts going to China. Do you see this relationship as potentially destabilizing with the view to a sort of net zero vision?
I wouldn't particularize it simply between Russia and China. I mean, in many respects, it's in the world's interest for Russian gas and oil supply to be on the world market, because if they produce nothing, I mean, you have two consequences. One, an incredibly failed state on the borders of Europe, but secondly, energy prices would be even higher because a huge element of supply would be unavailable. So whether it goes to Turkey, India, other countries in Eastern Europe, or indeed China, that supply going onto the market, I think the broader geopolitical considerations is if that gas and oil resource ends up being sold to those countries at a price that gives them a competitive advantage, will the rest of the world seek to make some redress against the competitive advantage that's been afforded to them by virtue of trading with Russia? And that's where, again, you probably have more interest again in building some kind of carbon border adjustment or global carbon tax that would make adjustment for countries that had a beneficial supply and a more carbon intense production regime relative to others that had decarbonized or had more expensive resources because they weren't getting cheap gas and oil from Russia. So you can see it's going to be quite a big mix, but I don't know how you could particularize it just to China, because there are many other countries that will be taking advantage and indeed need to take advantage of global supply. And it's quite difficult to pinpoint in a global supply chain like oil and gas as to whose barrel has gone where.
Quite okay. Well, and also your remark about carbon tax, I will come back to shortly. Sticking to the politics briefly, what's your interpretation of what's going on in the US? So the Biden administration has got through the Inflation Reduction Act, and that seems to be being treated very positively. At the same time, you've got state sort of level governments seemingly sort of dictating how investors can invest in, whether it's, with words linked to ESG, it might not be so easy to do. What does this sort of tell us about the US's position?
Well, it tells you that it's almost a microcosm of what's happening on a global basis, that there are elements whose economies are dependent upon the production of hydrocarbons, or indeed the use of hydrocarbons for their industries, or in terms of the developing countries where they have not had the industrialization that the West has had prior, who are saying, hold on a minute, we can't afford to make the move to a renewable economy, and if you put a carbon tax on us, for example, at the same level as you need for your economies, we simply can't compete. So I guess if you're in a hydrocarbon state in the US, you're concerned about state taxes, you're concerned about employment in your state, just as you would be if you were a small country that was dependent upon energy exports and so on. So what it shows, I think, is the conflicts that exist. I think in the US it's kind of particularly acute, where you've got a federal policy to do one thing and a state policy that is producing legislation that discriminates against financial institutions that have policies that are consistent with the ESG standards that the federal government and the global authorities wish to see put in place. So I don't know how that conflict is ultimately resolved, but it's a very particular US one, but it is being mirrored in many of the emerging markets that say that we need help. If we're going to meet the standards that the developed countries who are much wealthier than us want to meet, you're going to have to give us some help. And where that financing is going to come from, and how that support is going to be given to countries that are dependent on energy exports where they can't afford to do it themselves, I think is a massive challenge, particularly as we enter into an inflationary period and potentially a recessionary period. I mean, that challenge has got even more acute.
And as an asset manager specifically, does that sort of that tension or almost contradiction in some instances leave you a little anxious to get overexposed or to push into markets that you want to grow into? How does that sort of leave you from a strategic position?
Well, I think you've got it makes it complicated, and of course we've got a variety of businesses. I mean, where we are managing money is, for most of our business, where we're managing money under mandates from asset owners, whether they're pension funds, insurance companies, sovereign wealth funds, and so on. They set the parameters under which they want that money invested, and we follow those mandates. Where we are creating product and solutions for again, institutional clients or wholesale distributors or direct to the consumer, we're seeking to build products, develop strategies that meet the demands of investors, which increasingly go beyond a financial return to being concerned about the impact they're having, i.e., we're not doing harm to the world, and are we doing something that will create a more equal, a better, a more sustainable future for our kids, our grandkids, and so on. And that's increasingly important to many people who are managing their own money, and more people are managing their own money as state provision becomes a lower proportion of retirement funding. So again, it gets complicated. It gets further complicated by the fact that the simplistic statements that can be made around that these funds are doing good are increasingly being scrutinized on a much more acute basis by regulators properly, so as to whether one is overstating the contribution that particular strategies and funds are having in terms of the transition to a lower carbon future. So one's having to manage, how do you market so that people understand that they are doing something that's better than alternatives, but without sort of going too far where you're being a little bit generous with the contribution that you're making. I mean, I've always taken the view that, as far as Aberdeen's concerned, we should never overestimate the individual contribution that we can make, but we should never underestimate the contribution we can make in conjunction with others. And that others means our peers, regulators, and policymakers in delivering both the education and the product sets and solutions that get us to where we want to get to within an appropriate timescale.
Fair enough. And talking about Aberdeen, I think Aberdeen's house view, or at least I think one shared by your CEO, Stephen Bird, is that, we're not really, if you just look at the maths, we're not on track to reach sort of net zero, and that might not be a surprise to many people listening in. But his view is that that's because carbon is mispriced. What's your take on that? Is that I presume you agree, but what's your position?
For as long as I've been trying to understand this issue, which goes, I guess, right back to my career in banking. I mean, people have talked about the only or the best way, in theory, of decarbonizing production is to have a carbon price. The challenge is how do you set a carbon price that doesn't give a free ride to people that choose not to apply it? How do you do it in a way that is just and fair to countries that are at a earlier stage of evolution of their economies, that have got many challenges to deal with in terms of delivering basic energy supply to their population, as opposed to helping them buy a very fancy electric car? How do you do that on a fair basis, which gets you into who's going to fund the lesser developed economies, and do you need some kind of border carbon adjustment if you're importing goods that are made elsewhere in a country that doesn't have a carbon tax or has a very small carbon tax? And inevitably there are winners and losers, and when you've got winners and losers, it's very difficult to get a harmonious agreement that covers the world. So I think I agree with what Stephen Bird, the CEO, is saying, is that if you were looking at it as from an academic perspective, you would want to see a carbon tax applied. I mean, we've got one in Europe, and Europe's got an ambition to raise that as we get into the 2030s. And China's got one, and America's got one, but there are many parts of the world that don't, and that makes it complicated in terms of equality and in terms of the competitiveness of our industries and other people's industries that are trying to evolve. So yeah, it's absolutely right. A carbon tax would help, but whether you can do that in a recession, if we're about to enter a period of much lower growth, if not a recession, I think is very difficult.
And it assuming that actually getting kind of global consensus, or in any way in the time that's required, is having separate nations with their own sort of taxes and pricing mechanisms better than nothing, or does it sort of just, I don't know, create more arbitrage?
No, I mean, I think people are now realistic that a global solution is very unlikely. But if you brought the major producers and consumers together, and you then concentrated on the major industries that are producers and consumers of carbon, that would address a very substantial proportion of the issue. I mean, I think one of the disappointments post COP26 is how little of the funding support that people talked about being needed for the developing countries, and how some of the national contributions were dependent upon the wealthier countries providing financial assistance to the lesser developed countries, how little of that has actually come through. And given the context of the geopolitics and the energy supply issues at the moment, and indeed the cost of living crisis around the world, it's very difficult to see that governments would have an easy political ride to say, as you know, the cost of living is going to be even worse because we're going to use some of our fiscal capacity to help people in parts of the world that need help. I mean, you know, Africa is a very modest contributor to emissions, but needs a great deal of help, and would say, and will say at COP27, it's not getting what it needs.
Mm, mm. But shifting just slightly, I want to talk about just crudely sort of the supply of exciting companies that will hit at some point an investor like yours sort of radar. Now, when I was speaking to John Brown just earlier, he's an early stage investor. He seemed very bullish. There is a lot of capital at that kind of, I don't know, PE, VC sort of growth stage to create enough exciting companies that those that need or should list, it's going to excite the market. What's your take where you sit as an investor?
I completely agree with what John Brown's saying. I mean, as well as my role in Aberdeen, I chair a company called IP Group, which invests in early stage companies. And one of our biggest divisions, in fact, is a separate fund now, Kiko Ventures, is all about transition economics. And we've got a number of very exciting companies in the fields of hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, nuclear fusion. Now, not all of them will succeed. But the academic research and the technology that is being explored, largely because data and computing power has enabled people to model things that you know, at a speed that's never been able to be done before. There are so many projects around the world that are addressing these issues. So no, I'm very confident that there will be a multiplicity of companies seeking to contribute to the transition agenda, because the prize of succeeding is massive in terms of global reach and indeed the economics of it. So, you know, I think hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, nuclear fusion is the holy grail, but whether anyone will crack that one, but there are many companies looking at that now. I think it's very exciting.
Cool.
No shortage of technology.
Okay, and let's talk sort of more specifically about Aberdeen now. I think certainly personally, I think the asset manager has been very clear on what its own carbon emission targets are. It's pretty transparent about what it hopes to do by 2030, 2050, etc. Can you just give us a sort of update on where it's tracking on its sort of carbon emissions ambitions, please?
Yeah, I mean, I think our own emissions we're on track, but you know, candidly, they're very modest. I mean, with the exception of the carbon we consume in our buildings, and we're now taking into account the carbon that people will be consuming when they're working from home and our travel. But this is tiny pinprick in relation to the global challenges. Much more important as to what we're doing, both in terms of reducing the carbon intensity of funds that we manage, where we have the ability under the mandate to do so. What we're doing in terms of developing funds that are targeting transition leaders in each of their fields, or targeting companies that wish to contribute to that transition, i.e. earlier stage companies. I think that's a huge part of our future. I think one of the challenges at the moment is, given the regulator and indeed some of the capital markets, securities regulators, scrutiny of statements of ambition relative to what is actually happening. The greenwashing debate is very, you know, it's becoming increasingly important to be very precise about what you're saying in case it is misinterpreted, and there's a cost to that. And I also think that we have a role, along with policymakers, government, in educating people about, you know, that this is a transition. It can't be done overnight, what the consequences are. And there are many things that, you know, we can have a hand in communicating that along with others, around actions that individuals can take around decarbonizing their own homes by putting in better insulation, or how they address their heating needs, or putting in place a more sophisticated boiler that only heats a certain amount of water at the times of day you need it. All these kind of simple things that individually don't make much a difference, but on aggregate can be a huge difference. So yeah, I do think that part of our role is going to be contributing to, because of the access we've got to the end consumer, contributing to knowledge and education as to what this means, what's going to be required on an individual basis, and how everybody's personal commitment and change of behavior will make a difference when aggregated.
It's as you made the point earlier about the it's decarbonizing the portfolios, and I guess that would be crudely sort of defined as kind of scope 3, right? Is that I mean, a lot of institutional investors that we've looked at, I'm thinking off the top of my head, maybe sort of a BlackRock's a good example. In their reports, they may make reference to looking at scope 3, but the definitions of scope 3 seem to sort of change per institution, i.e. sort of you can pick and choose which components that you want, which I think it may be a bit of a concern. I mean, the reality is it's financed emissions that really matter when we're talking about portfolio stuff. Is that something that Aberdeen wants to get to? It wants to be able to put a sort of number on that formally, or is that just too much to ask at this point for investors generally, because it's so difficult?
I think we need a taxonomy, but I really worry that we spend too much time worrying about the perfect taxonomy as opposed to promoting the actions that will actually reduce emissions around the world. I mean, in many respects, I think what is important for asset managers to show and asset owners to show is that year by year, against whatever metrics they're using, they're making progress against the targets that they've set for themselves, and that those targets are consistent with a net zero 2050 world. Whether you can compare one institution with another, there may well be people who want to do that, but is it as relevant as everybody's making progress against how they measure it? If we could get a single taxonomy, but there are so many out there at the moment. Again, I think it's important that we make progress against the standards that we set for ourselves. We're very clear how they're measured, and they've got to be robust, and they've got to be have integrity. But think of in my old world of accounting, I mean, the time it's taken to get people to agree to how to account for leases, for example. I mean, 50 years or something, because it's complicated. And there will be very few people in the world that are able to parse the individual, very detailed metrics that could be produced by scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. I don't think investors are going to invest on that micro basis. They're going to invest because they trust the brand of the asset manager, and they can understand in layman's language the impact that's being made year by year towards a target that actually is consistent with policy objectives. And that's where I'd like to see us get to.
Okay, that might actually align with my next question quite nicely, which is, again, I'm referring to some public statements by Stephen Bird about Aberdeen being committed to, quote unquote, better investment. And I see this as a sort of a phrase that's not just about ESG sustainability. It's about how an investment manager deals with its clients' money, but they're obviously related. What does Aberdeen mean by better investment?
It actually means contributing to the future that people have got in their mind that they want to achieve. Now, as I said, that's increasingly much broader than a financial return, but obviously the future that people want has some element of financial return, clearly a large element of financial return, because they've got to be able to afford their retirement or whatever event that they're funding. But I also think it's now very much around younger people who are starting their saving life and are going to be saving for 30, 35, 40 years, want to believe at the end of the day that they are their money is contributing to the infrastructure, to the technology, to the transition that will make their life livable when they're in their 60s and 70s and beyond, and their kids and grandkids. And therefore, in terms of the sort of the product design going forward, I think it's we're launching a number of products that are around transition economy leaders, transition technology investors, people who are looking for new things to do, and if people who want to put some of their savings, some of their retirement money into those strategies, we want to curate best in class in those strategies for them to understand what they're doing and to be able to get access to them. And I think one of the things that's going to change in that regard is that those funds will be a mixture of public companies and private companies, because the early stage companies will not be public. Okay. And I think again, giving people the opportunity through funds to invest in private market strategies, whether it's the infrastructure or the science, I think again is something that increasing number of people want.
So to distill, and maybe sort of too crudely, but the implications of investment, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, I'm not deriding it, but you can make a lot. People stay away from certain things like gaming or tobacco, don't they? I think that's the negative list. On the positive list, people want to say, well, what can I do to contribute to water sustainability? What can I do to invest in energy transition? What can I do to invest in security? Because these are all important to me.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We've probably just got time for one more sort of quick question. So I'll ask a kind of what's next one for you. Do you think COP27 will yield any sort of major impact? What's your expectations?
I think it's going to be very interesting, and I think that two or three things. One, I think people will be very interested to hear what the US have to say about this conflict that's beginning to emerge between federal policy and state policy. I think there will be a huge amount of attention given to how, in a world where global growth is slowing, how are we going to fund the commitments that were made at COP26 in terms of the wealthier countries supporting the lesser developed countries on their journey without destroying their economies. Mm-hmm. And I think there'll also be a great deal of attention on the things that we don't know about. I mean, the number of 1 in 1,000 year events in the last few years around fires, floods, tsunamis, and you've only got to think of the tragedy in Pakistan in the last few months, and to say that these kind of events show that the extraordinary cost of not building resilience and addressing the issues, because climate change is going to throw up these natural disasters more often, and the cost of dealing with them in retrospect is many multiples the impact of dealing with them progressively in the way that COP26 imagined. And I come back to something that really concerns me, which is that the biggest challenge facing many parts of the world is the migration aspects of climate change. If we do have massive flooding, parts of the world that become uninhabitable because they can't support agriculture, because they've lost their water sources or whatever, the migration aspects to Europe, to parts of America, are going to be intense, because human life has to sustain itself. And if we think the migration challenges we're facing today are difficult, those challenges would be even more dramatic.
Okay. Well, Sir Douglas, thank you very much for your time, but I'm afraid that's all we have. But yes, a very good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Hello. I think we have everyone on board. Thanks for tuning in or staying tuned in to this session. I'm Joe Marsh, Managing Editor of Capital Monitor, and I'll be leading our first panel discussion of the day, which is titled, "Are we on track to move away from fossil fuels financing?" We've got a very impressive lineup to give you hopefully some useful takeaways on how sophisticated investors are approaching the shift away from fossil fuel financing and towards net zero. They are, in no particular order, Simon Perham, who's Head of Investor Outreach for Europe at Carbon Tracker Initiative, a think tank that provides analysis of the impact of the energy transition on capital markets. We also have Pontus Lidbrink. Oh, sorry. So I'll actually, it's probably, given that we're online, I'll let you all sort of say hi, actually. So Simon, please
yes.
Raise your hand.
Good afternoon, good morning.
Back off. Thank you. Pontus Lidbrink, who is Head of Thematic Strategies and Implementation at AP4, one of Sweden's state retirement funds, where he oversees the 20 billion global equity portfolio. Pontus, hello. Let's see. Anders Schelde is Chief Investment Officer of Academica Pension, the retirement fund for Denmark's academic sector. Anders, hello.
Thank you.
And Natalie Wallace, who is co-lead of the Climate Change Committee at the Investor Leadership Network, which comprises 13 institutional investors and around $10 trillion worth of assets, such as firms such as Allianz, CPP Investments, State Street Global Advisors, and indeed Natixis Investment Managers, of which she is also the Global Head of Sustainable Investing in her other capacity. So thank you all for agreeing to take part. Before I start, we just also want the audience to get involved as much as possible. So please do submit questions for our speakers at any point during the session. You've got an Ask a Question button on your screen, or you should have. You can also ask questions anonymously by clicking over the I icon in the question box. Okay. Oh, and if you do post anything, it would be fantastic on social media if you use the hashtag Making Sense of Net Zero, all one word. Okay, that's the housekeeping over and done with. I'll get into the questions now. I'd like to. Well, I'll just set the scene somewhat. I mean, clearly optimism about staying on track to hit the 1.5 degree or even 2 degree or more target seems to be fading somewhat recently. There's any number of reasons for this. Obviously, we've got got the Ukraine war. We've got leading to a sort of return to reliance on fossil fuels in some markets. We've got soaring oil and gas prices as a result, which makes investors and financiers arguably rather more reluctant to shift away from that sector, for other reasons too, of course. And that's not to mention sort of ESG political backlash, particularly in the US as well, which is not really helping matters. So that's on the other side of the climate change consequences appearing even starker than ever. We only have to look at Pakistan, wildfires everywhere, So a bleak outlook. As perhaps some people might or might not agree with, but I'd like to start with Simon against that backdrop to get a sort of a view on how all this is affecting investors' thinking on the net, or either is affecting or should be affecting investors' thinking on the net zero transition and the financing of fossil fuels. Simon, perhaps how is Carbon Tracker sort of approaching this from a sort of a big picture perspective?
Yeah, no, thanks for that. I mean, in times of stress, it's kind of human nature to return to what we know best. And I think, in times of conflict, that is, clearly to a certain degree, what is happening. But we at Carbon Tracker, well, in the division that I work in, the energy transition division, we spend an awful lot of time watching what is actually happening, not necessarily what is being talked about. And And yes, in particular, ESG backlash, particularly in the US, is becoming highly politicized, similar to the gun laws and the abortion issue over there. But we see it, Carbon Track, the reality is that the existing fossil fuel energy system is under a systemic threat from a new and better energy system, which is going to usurp the old system, not necessarily because of the CO2 issue, but more because of economics. And we've got a couple of interesting facts and figures to set the scene here that you might be interested in, is that if current growth rates and similar trends remain in place, similar to those of the last 10 years, then by 2032, installed solar and wind generation will exceed the combined electricity generation of coal and gas. And that's without any improvements in capacity utilization. Second interesting fact is that in the first half of 2022, the entire growth of global electricity demand was met by solar and hydro. And that means no growth for fossil fuels overall. And a couple of other last interesting facts. Fossil fuel companies are investing between 3 and 5% of their circa 500 billion combined capex into the renewable space, while private capital invested 755 billion in 2021, and that's likely to push towards $1 trillion in 2022. So fossil fuel companies, on that basis, are unlikely to have a significant share of the new system. And this is borne out by BP's first half numbers. If you look at BP's first half 2022 cash flows plus disposables, that was about circa $22 billion. In capex, the capex for the same period was just under 6 billion, whereas share buybacks and dividends were 15.4 billion. I mean, these don't strike us as the actions of a company that's confident in the oil and gas demand in the future. It's almost as if they know they're in trouble.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a nice putting it nicely in a nutshell there. I think the rest of our panelists certainly will have a view on this as to how this is affecting their thinking as well. So maybe we can start with Nasir and then drill down to the individual investors. I mean, I know the Investor Leadership Network has just today, I believe, published its Net Zero Playbook with sort of recommendations for investors and how to go about sort of the transition after a lot of consultation with members. Perhaps you could give us sort of a comment on that experience and a feel of what some of the big asset managers and owners feel about what we need to do and where we're going. Perhaps and around some of the things that Simon's been saying, perhaps as well about
thank you, Joel. And I'll start with some context. I think the words that came out of that consultation process was complexity. Complexity because the members of the investor leadership networks are large institutions and they invest in broad terms in the economy. And that's an economy in transition. I think Simon highlighted that, which is the world, the economic environment 10, 15 years from now will be very different. How do you not only contribute to those trends, but also adapt to those trends across asset classes? So complexity is of the transition, energy transition, societal transition was definitely one white space we identified. And we wanted to write this playbook. The second aspect of complexity is the different framework that have been established over the last few years and few months that can create sometimes difficulties of implementation. And thus, we have several of our members have done case studies and they are in this playbook to highlight the complexity and how each of them is actually targeting and implementing. And it's not only targeting, reduction, carbon reduction, is how do you actually transform organization to monitor one, climate risk, which I'll come back to that. And second, how do you transform organization from a architecture and infrastructure perspective, with transversal teams that can really embed these climate dimension into every part of the organization. And so I think that's the three complexities are: one, a world in transition; second, different framework, lack of stabilization of framework and metrics; and then third, the complexity of transforming organization. And to answer or follow on Simon, we totally agree that this is about economics, right? It's about climate economics and the very changing nature of how our economies are powered. And then the second aspect is obviously our commitment as a large investors or large investors to contribute to shared prosperity. I think that's really important to note, which is this is something that we all feel responsibility for, and thus need to understand how to implement. And that's really what the Investor Leadership Network was created for, is to these how-to guides to accelerate, share information and accelerate the implementation.
Thank you, Natalie. Yeah, that's a good overview of how some of the big investors are considering the challenge, certainly. And and staying on the sort of the broad sort of issue and concerns around the current landscape. I know you have some thoughts and concerns around how the progress that is or rather is not being made by some of the energy majors and around the profits being made and that sort of thing. Perhaps you could give us a quick overview of that.
Was that a question for me? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Anders. Yes, okay. You. Sorry.
Absolutely. Well, just picking up on what you said before, Simon. So far, we haven't really seen the oil majors move very much into the new sector of renewable energy, and I think now is really the time for them to do so. I mean, we took a look at the other day just at the second quarter profits, and usually, of course, profits of the energy sector, and in particular the big oil companies, that they fluctuate quite a lot. But second quarter this year is totally out of range. They have never earned so much money. So now I think we'll get the real test whether they mean it, what they say, that they will transform the business. And I think, as you alluded to, Simon, most likely these money will find their way probably more to share buybacks and dividends if they're not confiscated by the governments around the world. But I think now is the time for them to show that they really actually mean what they say.
Sure. And we'll come back to that later, I think, in terms of how sort of engagement and so on and so forth, I think. But thanks, Anders. That's pretty clear where you stand on that, and that's a fair point. So, Pontus, I think you also sort of you're perhaps a little concerned and also not optimistic about the speed of the transition, and from that perspective, I don't know if you have any thoughts to add.
Yeah, I mean, I have several thoughts. I just to reply on this, oil majors. I think we're in a totally different environment now with the increased interest rates. I think for them before to chase this sort of infrastructure type investments were with extremely low yields that was chased. The market participants didn't require high yields in those projects. Now the interest rates is up and they are earning a lot of cash flow. It's their time to shine to step in that area. But like my comment is that so we track our universe, MSCI emissions are falling. Even if you don't do anything, you track the benchmark. I see most investors in Europe on the institutional levels, they are committing to even net zero portfolios, so they're all lowering the carbon footprint. But then you look at the actual emissions in the world; they are not falling; they're increasing. So either the sort of companies have learned how to get the measure right, or the sort of production is just shifting. So unless we start to focus on the demand function more, I don't think we will get there. I think the first sort of point to that is that this energy crisis in Europe might have some positive effect in terms of people, the users of energy actually start saving. When it comes to relying on renewables to shift out the fossils, I think, given how electricity works, that there's no storage. The world still needs sort of some reliable energy that can be produced during cold days when there is no wind. And I don't think the sort of storage capability, if you build up that, you need to sort of destroy the earth by just mining all the precious metals. So yeah, it's a tough fight. I think I'm not sure we'll reach the 1.5 or even 2 worse. So yeah, that's sadly. We're trying to do our best, but I mean, I'm not sure we'll get there.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I want to sort of, we'll move on in a second to sort of getting into some specifics about investment approaches and engagement and so on. But I just wanted to, before we do so, Simon, just coming back to you briefly, sort of the issue around, obviously, there are going to be, if you like, winners and losers here. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but obviously, if you're talking about, the fossil fuel sector being the ultimate loser and becoming stranded and so on and so forth, and the renewables obviously coming up. I think you do Carbon Tracker is, you mentioned to me before, as having a sort of a way of scoring and identifying these in quite a sort of is formal the right word? I don't know. In a sort of perhaps a formal way anyway, and with an approach to this, perhaps you give a little bit of insight into that, how you guys do that to identify how the transition is going to look, perhaps that perhaps this is something that investors would find useful as well, or people listening here.
Yeah, I mean, this was inspired by the piece of research by the Oxford Institute of New Economic Thinking, led by Rupert Way, and it's the update incidentally is out recently, and it's a highly mathematical and data dependent study of the speed of the transition based on sort of empirically tested cost forecasts of the technologies that are threatening the fossil fuel system. That's wind, solar PV, batteries, and electrolyzers. And what they did is they sort of parked the CO2 question and just looked at these technologies from previous successful disruptive technologies, and what we did is we just put some of these common characteristics together down the on the y-axis, and then put the various different fuel systems across the axes, and just scored them in common characteristics such as desirable product. Has this system got the ability to replace the entire industry? Innovation, is it scalable or is it shrinkable, or does it depend on size to become cheap? And we sort of gave one for a good score, half a point for a medium score, and a 0 points for a poor score, and then we just summed them up. And what was very interesting is that it became very clear that wind, solar, and battery, when you look at them from common characteristics of successful disruptive technologies that have come through in the past, they scored sort of 10 out of 11. Green hydrogen scored the next best, although that's got its own problems. And then the rest of them, almost scored either the same as or less than the fossil fuel system, the current fossil fuel system. So, this was interesting in its findings, that when you park the CO2 issue to one side and you look through each one of these renewable systems, it's very clear which ones are going to win and which ones are going to lose. And one final point, which was a very interesting point made by a colleague of mine in a discussion, he said that we're all trying to fit the new, we call it the manufactured energy system, and I don't want to go into reasons for that, but we're trying to put this new manufactured system, which is very, very different, into the same business model as the existing fossil fuel system, the extractive system. And that doesn't work. And when you look at it, the reality is that this new energy system is much more akin to what we see in the broadband, the mobile telephone network, where the people who provide the network, they make okay, modest, but very, very consistent returns. But the people that actually benefit or make the most money are the users, the people that can use this new system. And then when you look at winners and losers in terms of the demographics of the world currently, in the current system, 90% of the world imports energy. So 90% of the population, if you like, are the losers, and the 10% that are providing it are the winners. But when you spin it round the other way, the new system, the new typical, like the mobile phone system, you get the 90% of the population start winning, because this system is going to be, just imagine what you could do with if your fossil fuel, if your energy bill every month was 60 quid for all you can eat, and that is entirely possible under the new system.
Yeah, all about sort of things like battery and grid stability and so on, isn't it? But in theory, yeah, definitely. Okay,
well,
thanks. Yes.
I mean, I've got some comments on that, but the one comment that I would make about instability and grid stability, it's a frequently asked question. We get it. It's in our top 10 of questions, and Charles Moore, who's the lead analyst of Ember, who speaks a lot of time to and our analysts as well. So the only people that don't talk about intermittency are the grid system companies and the energy providers, and so it seems that and the second point that I would make is that McKinsey, as well as other work, they talk about renewable grid stability only becoming a problem at between 70 and 80%. And so I would say, let's get the world global average to 70 or 80% before we start worrying about grid instability.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, no, fair points. Interesting. Thank you for that. Simon, let's get into the meat of what our investors are doing, whether it be still investing in some of the energy majors or not, and looking at the renewable side. I mean, let's start with Pontus. You oversee the global equity portfolio. You've got active and passive exposure. I think you're doing some interesting modelling work around this. Perhaps you can talk a bit about how you're approaching energy and other high carbon sectors as well?
Yeah. So first of all, I want to say that sort of we're using these methods on the whole portfolio, integrating every bit when it comes to sustainability. But our process, it's been a journey where we started 10 years ago with the first low carbon strategies at a separate portfolio level. Next step was to sort of integrate, and third step was to develop these measures, maybe starting with not just looking at scope 1, scope 2, but more indirect emissions, and then we moved into thinking that emissions as they are measured are kind of backward looking. So we started to look at alignment score and carbon tax implicit costs, how they would impact forward margins. But once we were there, we sort of come to an end that when it comes to the really high emitting sectors, we wanted to do more, and then we actually went out and hired a fundamental team of analysts and PM to move from a quant model to a more equity normal portfolio that's fundamentally managed. By doing that, we could concentrate the holdings. We can do engagement. So they are sort of basing their starting point is the sort of quant scores that we provide, and then they have a checklist also meeting the companies, and that would be that they have to be confident that they have a maybe a 2050 net zero target, that the companies have are committing their capex, even though that's small, as you said now, but it has to be a reasonably short time frame where they're sort of committing at least a third of their capex into renewables, and by them making so much money now, just taking some of that, and they are sort of companies that we own, they will be a big part of the energy transition, because just that they are huge, so that capex will be a big part of the energy transition, and then we can use that as an engagement starting point when we meet the companies also. So that's been our sort of shift. But by doing this also, we didn't sort of just liquidate all our energy holdings or utility holdings. So and then we're also still lowering our carbon footprint by more than 50%. So that's not an issue. But and so it's both sort of helped the performance and also shifting the portfolio, I think, to a better one as we see it.
Okay, that's interesting. So just to sort of get a sort of so I'm clear as much as anything else. You're when it comes to you're using a sort of stock selection, a fairly concentrated portfolio, but you're also you're combining that with a quantitative approach as well. Does most of the decisions around the allocations you make to some of the large energy companies, for example, are most of the allocation decisions, is that mostly driven by sort of fundamental and stock picking, or is that as much as the quant? How much does the quant side of things feed into that?
So the quant sort of applies to the whole portfolio score, but when it comes to this, the selection of the high emitting sectors, it's actually the PM that have the final call. So then the sort of quant score transformed from a strategy to a recommendation. And then, if the PMs want to sort of breach that recommendation, invest in a company that we normally wouldn't invest in by just they need to sort of motivate that in investment council. And that could be maybe there is, sometimes you have a company that's have exited a coal plant utility, and that's not in the numbers, so it doesn't show. So it's sort of the quant score have shifted from something that we use when choosing the companies to something that's a recommendation for them, or like as extra support. So we're working very close together, the quant team and the PMs, when it comes to all these companies. But they have the final saying, as long as they sort of can motivate why they want to own a company that normally we wouldn't own, or increase in other. So that's the process now.
Okay. And is there a point at which you sort of you've got to the point where you've scored them, and then that's a basis for sort of engagement and so on? And is there a point at which you think, well, engagement's not working, and we also think they haven't got a strong enough transition plan or whatever it might be, which you just decide you sell out? I mean, I suppose that means you could buy back in again at any point, but I mean, I guess you have divested some companies perhaps.
I think it's pretty new for us. We started, the first, fundamental stock picking was 1.5 years ago, maybe, or less than so, 1 year ago. So I think we're going to assess that very soon and see if there are any companies that sort of, because it's sort of, if they use the quant scores, they need to have some kind of change in the near to get that good score. So it's normally you see the change going into this, but I think that's assessment we'll do pretty soon, and then have a continuous process for that. But we'll see. We haven't decided exactly what we're going to do if we see companies that are saying one thing and then doing the other thing. I guess eventually we just have to sell. Probably we won't be able to own it. But I think at first we just pick up and call them and ask what they're doing.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I mean, last thing I'd sort of put to you on this is on the engagement side of things is, would you be willing to give any, I mean, ideally naming names, but I suspect you can't. So maybe just to give an example of a kind of an approach that you've an engagement sort of effort that you've made that's worked out well and has had an impact.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say that you're moving the big energy majors. So, but we are focusing on European companies. They're probably a little bit ahead than the American ones, but the Americans are starting to move, I think. So there are a few like mid-sized companies where our size suddenly we can be 1-2% of the company, where we can do actual we feel impact, and then we're in the meetings we're sort of showing them our criteria, and I mean it's not like they haven't heard this from other investors. So so we're doing what we can. We have a good reputation, I think, but it's sort of the mid cap, I think, where we might be able to exchange. And then on the sort of the larger ones, we're trying to cooperate with other big institutions, and then it's also on the AGMs doing what we can, but we're not a big owner in the big companies, even though we're quite big portfolio. But it's
And just I mean, as you raised the point about sort of being able to have more of an impact on mid-market energy companies, are they? I mean, obviously everyone talks about sort of the big energy majors and the big profits and needing to put more of those profits into renewables and so on, and climate tech. The mid-markets, are they sort of? Are you able to? Are they going to be quite effective in sort of in that space as well? Do you see them doing much on the renewable side, or starting to?
No, I mean, I think there are always different companies do different things, but I think there's not one single company that doesn't sort of look at these issues. So and some doing it just because they feel they need to, and some actually have a genuine interest, and that's what we try to sort of figure out in the meetings, I think. But it's difficult to say how much we have impacted. We don't. It's also a slow moving train. So currently we're doing what we can. We also try to speak at this kind of events and present and talk and get other investors to do to do what we're doing. So that's a way of engaging also the whole market.
Sure. Yeah. No. Fair enough. Thank you. Okay, Anders. I mean, obviously you're also strong in engagement as well, but you've also sort of been quite clearly and publicly moved to be pretty decisive about divestment of certain high carbon assets as well, that maybe you feel you don't align with your net zero or overall ESG strategy. Perhaps you can, I think that's both on the bond and equity side, right? So perhaps you can talk a bit about that and how you square that perhaps with not being able to influence companies so easily once you've divested. What brings you to that point where you just really need to do it, and how you get there.
Yes, I can certainly speak to that. Just to be clear, I mean, this is not just about divesting. I think there are many things we need to do in order to have a portfolio that aligns with the targets of the Paris Agreement. So we need to also make sure that we capture the investment opportunities in the climate-related space with all the infrastructure that we need to build there, and solar and wind and what have you. So we set a quite ambitious target for that. So we aim to have climate-related investments as measured by the taxonomy, adding up to more than 20% of our portfolio in 2030. Another thing is, of course, then we have to be mindful of the investment we have in the old sector, the fossil sector, as you just alluded to. And there our analysis was that from a long-term perspective, we felt that this was not the right place for us to be invested in. Primarily for concerns about stranded asset risk and the impact on investment returns. So we took the decision basically to divest all of the fossil sector, all the integrated oil companies, all the upstream companies. So that's in effect it's thousands of companies. But we did some work on we did put in a escape clause, so to speak. And that escape clause was that we would remain invested in companies that had a transition plan in place that could align with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And so far, we haven't found an oil company where we can say that. So we divested all of them, except for 2 that we put on a hold position. I can get into detail with that if you like. But we didn't do any, to be honest, we didn't do any active ownership efforts towards all these companies. BP, Chevron, Excel, Total, Equinor, what have you, because we didn't really see that there was a room for us to make an impact. So we did it without trying that. So we then upped our efforts to sort of other companies, because all companies to some extent, of course, involved in the fossil risk to some extent. So, for instance, right now, what we're spending quite a lot of time on is our engagement with Toyota on their strategy on EVs and what they're doing in terms of lobbying. And I would say, I don't think it's so important. In my experience, you don't really need to be a big investor, or you don't even need to be invested. It all depends on how you approach it. And I think every investor needs to find their own way. So if you are BlackRock or one of the other giants, of course you should stay invested. You should have the dialogue, and you should probably not take it into the public space. But if you're a small Danish pension fund like us, that is one way for you to make your voice heard and maybe make an impact. So we all have to find our own way through this, and our way is that we've chosen to have a sort of rather direct approach, a rather public and vocal approach. Someone might even say activist approach, where we select a number of companies that we try to sort of really make an impact on with our active ownership. So, and if we take Toyota, I mean, we have, I don't know what our ownership share in Toyota is. It's probably on the 5th decimal or something. But nevertheless, we have a dialogue even with top management in Toyota, and I think that that we can only achieve that because of the way we go about doing it. And we also other examples of companies that we have divested that we couldn't get into contact with, but after we divested them, suddenly it was possible to have a dialogue. Yeah.
Okay, and just very quickly, for perhaps the people who not, I know it's been in the public, it's been publicised what you've been doing with Toyota, but I think you were involved with some other investors as well, and sort of working together on this, right? Like, I think was it some of the other Scandinavian funds? I don't know.
Yeah, we usually team up with other investors, like-minded investors, on a case-by-case basis, and of course, it's always better to be more than one.
Yeah. Okay, and also just quickly, in terms of the process, sort of roughly from sort of start to finish. I mean, how long was the efforts that you put into this? And I guess you're still working on it now to some degree, but have you reached a point that you're happy with, that you've achieved what you wanted to, or are you still you're pushing on this further as well?
The Toyota case?
The Toyota, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's still ongoing. It's been going on for 1.5 years now. As you also mentioned, Pontus, this is a slow-moving train, and I have no illusions that we can sort of fundamentally change the strategy of Toyota. But we hope that we can, by this, at least make some impact to that strategy, which we basically find is a bit off track in terms of what we need to do.
Okay.
But specifically, we're talking about lobbying, of course, but underneath, of course, the crux of the matter is, of course, their business strategy.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I mean, it was just again, just briefly. It was to. It was sort of you felt that they shouldn't be continuing with certain lobbying activities. Against. Sorry, maybe you could just quickly. Pretty, you know, a lot better than I do, but briefly just tell the audience what the broad issue was and how you tackled it, basically.
Well, I think the viewpoint of Toyota maybe can be summarized that the climate, in the car industry, the auto industry, the problems can all be solved by innovation, and it should be up to competing technologies to compete, and the consumers should ultimately make the choice that is the best for them and the best for the climate. And we feel that is oversimplifying things a bit, and we think that the case that they're making for hybrids is not, we're not convinced that there is a case for hybrids, to be honest, and therefore one should not lobby against combustion engine cars and hybrids not being phased out.
Right, yeah, fair enough. Okay. And they've dropped all lobbying activity on that now, or is that right? Or they just cut back?
No, I mean, what we would like is more transparency on the lobbying. I don't think we can ever get corporates like Toyota to drop the lobbying. But at least we want them to be transparent on what they are lobbying for and where they are aligned with the organizations that they are a member of, and where they're not aligned, and what their exact positions are.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thanks, Anders. That's interesting insight into how you guys do things. On the engagement front, I mean, let's maybe just. I don't know whether you've got any particularly interesting examples that you can point to from ILN members on how they're sort of engaging on the transition with their portfolio companies at all, or any?
Yes. We so I'll have 3 points to encapsulate a bit what was said, and through the work with other asset owners and asset managers. First, I want to follow on what Pontus said on this journey from kind of a specific allocation to total portfolio activation. We've seen that across the board. I mean, this is definitely quote unquote the mainstreaming in this case of climate risks and opportunities. So really looking at the whole overall portfolio across asset classes and what climate risk means and what are the climate opportunities, again, in public and listed securities, as well as tilting the portfolio to the future, as I like to say it. But we need understanding what are the potential emerging solutions. As Simon mentioned, the system is changing. How can we position the portfolios? How can investors position the portfolio? That was a key question. We did not answer, but we have case studies in the report. The second aspect is that quote unquote mainstreaming is it's not, what we've seen is that it's not the responsibility of the global head of sustainability or sustainable investments anymore. Usually the helm has changed to either the CEO or then the chief risk officer. So we are changing realm in terms of the, again, embedding of sustainability factors, issues, consideration, or in this case, climate related risk and investment consideration from a silo to really the whole company. And that I really think it changes everything. The second aspect is on metrics. I think we talk about the fact that the MSCI carbon intensity has been declining while the real world carbon emission in absolute terms have been increasing. That's something that we debated a lot during these workshops and over the last few months, which is how to relink and really by extension increase transparency on what portfolio and especially portfolio companies do and how they are directly linked to these real world emissions. So what I'm trying to say here is that we've focused over the years on, we started with carbon emissions, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. I'm going into a bit technicals, and then we mentioned carbon intensity either by activity or revenues or by the market value of a company or the enterprise value. And then we have heard a lot about alignment with Paris 1.5 and portfolio, implied portfolio temperature. I think what we're seeing, what we have been talking about within this work group has been returning to linking portfolio emission to real world emission. And that leads me to the third point I wanted to make. And that's again across asset classes, which is if I'm decarbonizing on this part of the portfolio, so my active and passive investments, and reinvesting into either emission avoidance or emission capture. What does this mean at the overall portfolio? But all of this in real terms, right? Not in implied, assumed, and potentially some black box methodology trying to reach a forward-looking statement. So that leads me to the engagement piece, which is has been recognized over the years as a key component. Again, portfolio do not emit GHG, it's portfolio companies in the portfolio. So the key question is how to be effective. I think we talked about that, even being small or large. What are the effective way of having an outcome-based engagement? Engine One, I think in the US, that smaller entity that has been able to change the board composition thanks to a coalition of investors, I think has been resonating through the ecosystem as that's really impact and positive change. Now we have to see the outcome and the facts for sure, but that's the first step in the right direction and shows how engagement is critical. That said, again, it's looking at we're all based, as Pontus saying, we're all based on backward-looking carbon emission. Now it's to put these companies in the driver's seat and say, this is the carbon budget that you actually have that is linking to the real economy. How are you going to manage to this carbon budget in the next 2 to 3 years? And going back to, I would say, a research analyst, kind of inquisitive engagement process, which is what are your CapEx? What are your balance sheet commitments? What are your revenues? What are your sourcing of energy activities and strategies to reach that real carbon budget reduction or meeting that carbon budget? And so that's really something that we talk about in the report and that the group is focusing on.
Sure. Okay, thank you, Natalie. And we are nearly out of time, actually. So one thing I did want to try and quickly cover, which I know was something that I know Pontus has got something to say on, but and I think Anders as well, which was so we talked about sort of engaging or not, or divesting and focusing on the energy sector, and Pontus sort of did refer to this a little bit earlier about the demand side of the equation rather than supply. Now, obviously, if you can cut demand, that obviously at least solves at least part of the problem. Pontus, perhaps just give a very quickly some thinking that you guys, I think you guys are starting to work on sort of low carbon sectors and how you approach those, because they may be lower carbon, but in total they still emit a lot. So maybe you could give us a quick rundown of your thinking on that.
So this is based on the belief that we all need to sort of change. And it started with with mapping the alignment and sort of the carbon budgets that each company have. We realized we have a pretty good and robust score that we can start looking at the broader portfolio, and then do a sort of sector by sector comparison. And there are some sectors where this is relevant. Maybe consumer sectors where there are similar companies that some don't have a policy, they are increasing their emissions, and then you have others that are the opposite, they are reducing their emissions and have policies in place. So we are actually implementing now a broad-based strategy on the whole portfolio using these kind of measures. But it's a sort of within each sector we are changing the allocation. We're not excluding any companies, because these are all, as you said, low emitting companies. So in terms of carbon emissions, they're not like a big problem, but we're tweaking the portfolio to the best of breeds here. I think final point is that looking at the financial sectors, that's where we want to do also, and we haven't sort of gotten there yet. So this would be sort of the low emitting sectors, except for financials, maybe, which we need to do even more work and get better data on. So
thank you. Yeah, no, that's interesting, definitely. And I think we're kind of out of time, but okay. I think maybe we've got 1 minute. I just did want to say, I know Anders, sort of looking ahead to new areas that you've been looking at, I think, and trying to sort of help develop your investment approach. I think you've been looking more at private markets and gathering ESG data on there. And maybe you could just briefly sort of tell us about what you're doing there, and then we may have to wrap up after that. But that would be interesting to hear. The challenge there.
Well, I was hired in 5 years ago, with the task or the mandate to make sure our investment strategy was aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And honestly, I didn't know how to do it. So it's been a long journey where I think we as an organization, and I think that goes for most investors, we've been learning all the time. And but as others, we started up with the easy parts, of course. And I think the easy parts was to focus on our equity portfolio and moved on to our fixed income portfolio. But from the beginning, we stated that we wanted, eventually, our efforts to cover the full portfolio, and that's where we are today. Now we start looking at the unlisted part of the portfolio, and I would say it's still early days, but and we still have a issue with data there. But things are improving, and they're improving quite rapidly, and I think that also has to do with the fact that many of the managers in the unlisted space, private equity managers, infrastructure managers, and what have you, they are starting to realize that this is something that they need to understand and get a grip on, and they also realize that this is something that is licensed to operate and something that they can use to brand themselves with. So things are moving in the right direction there. I'm very hopeful.
Sure. That's great. Okay. Well, I have 1 or 2 more questions, but we won't have time for them, unfortunately. And there have been 1 or 2 from the audience, so I may well. We didn't have time to sort of fit them in, but I may well pass them on to you guys if that's okay, maybe separately. But on that note, unfortunately, that's all we have time for. So thank you very much to all my fantastic panelists today. Up next is our second panel discussion of the day, which is a spotlight on SDG 15, designing investment strategies with biodiversity in mind. It will also be chaired by our asset management editor, Vibeke Mair, and that will start right after this as well. So thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate your time, and thanks for listening. Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vibeke Mair, Sustainable Asset Management Editor of Capital Monitor, and I'm delighted to be leading our second panel discussion of the event titled Spotlight on SDG 15, Designing Investment Strategies with Biodiversity in Mind. Joining me today are Arlid Skedsmo, I'm really sorry I forgot your name wrong, Senior Analyst at Responsible Investments KLP. KLP is Norway's largest pension company, responsible for climate and nature in the sustainable investment team. He has extensive experience working on a broad range of sustainability issues, including with WWF and the Tropical Forest Initiative of the Norwegian government and ICFI. Hi, Arlid. We also have Andrew Mitchell, Vice Chair of the Stewardship Council of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, or the TNFD, and Senior Advisor for Global Canopy. Andrew is an international thought leader on natural capital and tropical forests. He's got an amazing CV. He's the founder of Equilibrium Futures. He provides strategic advice on natural capital to the finance sector. He's also Senior Advisor to Global Canopy, which he founded in 2001. And as founder and senior advisor to the Natural Capital Finance Alliance, he helped to design natural capital tools for banks, investors, and insurers. Andrew is also a founding partner of the TNFD, which launched in June 2021. He served as joint interim executive director of the Secretariat between June and September 2021, and is now the vice chair of its Advisory Stewardship Council. Hi, Andrew. Lastly, we have Rachel Barry, who's Environmental Leadership Director at L'Oreal. Rachel Barry began a career at L'Oreal's Research and Innovation Department, working on the group's approach to sustainable innovation. She notably developed and led the group sustainable sourcing strategy related to biodiversity-based ingredients. After 8 years in the R&I department, she joined the corporate responsibility team to lead several programs related to the implementation of nature-based solutions in the fight against climate change, including L'Oreal's Zero Deforestation or Carbon Balance program. She's now the Environmental Leadership Director for the group, orchestrating the activation and implementation of new sustainable development programs, L'Oreal for the Future. She also leads the Fondation L'Oreal's Women in Climate program. Thank you. Hi, Rachel.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for having us.
Great. So thank you all for agreeing to take part. We would also really like you, our audience at home, to get involved throughout the event. Please submit your questions to our speakers at any point during the session via the Ask a Question button on your screen, and I will try and field as many as possible. You can also ask questions anonymously, should you wish to do so, by clicking over the I icon in the question box. Please also remember to use the hashtag Making Sense of Net Zero when posting about the event on social media. So again, thanks today to all our panelists for what I hope will be a really interesting discussion. And it's also quite an opportune time that we're holding this discussion this week, because last week, I'm sure many of our audience might know, the European Parliament voted in favour of a regulation requiring companies to ensure products sold in the EU do not come from deforested or degraded land. And this is really important considering deforestation and forest degradation are the top two major contributors to biodiversity loss and climate change. Also, the new law will make it obligatory for companies selling those goods in the EU to verify that they were not produced on deforested land or degraded land, while respecting human rights provisions and indigenous peoples. So this isn't the last stage of the law. It's now set for final approval in three-way talks involving the European Commission, the European Parliament, and the EU's 27 national governments. But the fact that the EU Parliament voted in favour last week, obviously, is a great sign for its success. So it really highlights that the regulatory landscape in this area is really progressing, and the finance sector and the corporate sector needs some sort of guidebook or framework for kind of addressing this. And it's something that the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures is trying to be. It'd be great, Andrew Mitchell, if you could give our audience a short introduction to the TNFD.
Well, thank you very much, Becky, and welcome to everybody who's listening in. Yeah, look, I have spent much of my life at the conservation front line, working originally in tropical forests in many countries. And what I've seen firsthand is this rollback of nature that's occurred in a devastating way in my lifetime. And what is interesting to me now, though, having been banging on this sort of rather closed door for years, saying that, it's all about the money. It's the money that's financing this destruction around the world. We need to redirect and realign. And in the last 3 years, I would say, there's been more change in understanding of natural capital risks, if you like, than in the rest of my lifetime. And I say that because I think the Paris Agreement in 2015 was coupled with the TCFD, a framework for reporting on carbon emissions. And those two things, the agreement by 200 governments and the agreement that there was a framework for dealing with the problem through reporting and disclosure and risk management, those two things work really well to get everybody to step into the room of change. And now we've got used to this idea of measuring our emissions and managing them down. This is something not new anymore. Well, we need to do the same thing, but we've got to go beyond carbon. And that's why we invented the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosures to do everything else, because you see the TCFD, which is a wonderful framework, and we work very closely with them, it can't deal with plastics in the ocean, for example. And nothing to say about that, even though it's a byproduct of fossil fuels. So the idea of the Task Force on Nature-related Financial Disclosure was water, forests, landscapes, oceans, and how could we set about creating a framework for dealing with that? And we launched it in September last year. We've got 34 members, like L'Oréal here, that already knows quite a lot about this framework. We'll hear more about that perhaps in a moment. And we've got a forum that is growing rapidly now with over 600 members in the TNFD forum. We've got 120 pilots going on around the world who are piloting the framework. We're releasing a new framework, a version every few months. We are a science-based organization, inputs coming from some of the world's best scientific agencies to help us, because, it's not easy to make a framework like this. No one's ever tried to do it before. And nature is more complicated than climate. Why? Well, with climate, we have a target, 1.5 degrees. That's what we should be shooting for. We have a currency, if you like, a ton of carbon. We can therefore measure our performance against targets. But with nature, we have none of these things. We don't really have a target to shoot for yet. We hope it'll come out in COP15 at the end of this year. We don't really have a currency. What is the unit to measure our progress with nature? So these are things that the task force is grappling with now. The data, metrics, standards, we have working groups on all of these. I'm super excited about it. We're making good progress, getting good feedback. It's amazing to see how this has been picked up around the world. But, we're just at the beginning. September next year, we should have the framework finished. It won't be perfect. It'll be better than anything that we've done before, because today we have nothing. So that framework will give us the starting point for bringing nature into economic decision-making, helping businesses and the finance sector that funds them or owns them or lends to them get better data on where those risks lie. And they are big risks. They're just as big as climate. If anybody doesn't think so, think what COVID-19 was. Classic piece of unrecognized nature-related risk. We couldn't even see it. A speck of nature has turned all our lives and economies upside down. This is big. It's fast. Just like climate change, it might even happen sooner. We've got to get to grips with it right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And can I just quickly ask a follow-up question? You mentioned COP15, which is happening soon. How important is that to the work of the TNFD, and what do you need to come out of that?
Well, many people won't have heard of COP15, but actually there's a cousin to the climate COP. It's the Nature COP, or the Convention on Biological Diversity. And actually there's a third one that less people have heard of, which is the one on desertification and land degradation. 3 great conventions set up by the Rio Conference years ago. Well, nature is becoming more and more important. COP27 for climate will be happening soon in Egypt. That'll be looking at all the carbon emissions and how we deal with that. COP15 happens in December, hosted by China, but actually Canada, and that's bringing together everything to do with nature. It's super important. It's been very tough for nations to agree the way forward during COVID. It's been hard, but we hope the global biodiversity framework, which is likely to come out of this, will have clearer targets. It is engaging the finance sector for the first time. Businesses already get taking an interest. So I think this could be a very important turning point in the understanding of the importance of nature underpinning our economy and how we've got to look after it.
Okay, so it's the global biodiversity framework coming out is important. Okay, and I didn't know that. Say that again, sorry?
Yeah, the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, that's what we look out for and see. I don't know how much because getting 200 governments to agree on anything is really difficult. But they are working towards it, and we hope a much clearer signal than the previous Aichi target.
Okay, thank you. And could I come to you, Ali, to talk about these kind of disclosure frameworks? So we've had the TCFD, now the TNFD is going to come on stream. Are they useful for you as an investor? And are you excited about the TNFD coming out?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm really excited about TNFD, and for multiple of the reasons that Andrew already mentioned. It's the nature has been a bit in the background, in the shadow of the climate risk focus, and reasonably so. But it's getting increasingly more attention, and I think we've seen what a framework like the TCFD has done to the climate agenda, and really pulling it into mainstream financial discussions and really lifted it. So that's extremely positive, and but it's also extremely complex, and it's going to be challenging both to finalize the framework, but also to implement it in an actionable way. And this is something we will follow closely. I think it's kind of 2 dimensions to why I really am excited about what the TNFD is developing. One is, of course, that final point I just mentioned on how this is bringing nature into financial decision making and providing a tool for that. The other thing is, and I think that's what TCF actually has done to some extent, is to force companies to reflect on their actions in a climate perspective, and I think TNFD will do the same on nature, right? So you have to sit down and really think through your company's operations and try to quantify the impact on the environment and the consequences for the business. And I think that's by itself is helpful to raise the issue on the agenda and lower the bar to take action. Having that said, the final point on action, I think, is extremely critical. Time is short on these issues, and it has, I mean, even if climate is now high on the agenda, and maybe before the Ukraine invasion and the EU energy crisis was sort of getting top of investors' agenda for a short while. Emissions continue to increase, right? And nature and the focus on nature is still a little bit behind, and we don't want to sit down and wait for a perfect data set to start acting on it. And I think we, from an investment point of view, we have a lot of information and we have sufficient sort of high-level understanding of sectors, geographies, and the leaders in those sectors to start addressing the issues. And that's important that we do that right now and don't sit back and wait for perfect data to sort of analyze our portfolios in details.
Okay, that's interesting. I think Sir Douglas Flint made a similar point earlier in the event about not waiting for the perfect taxonomy, the perfect data as well. Do you think some investors are using that as a kind of excuse to not do more, or do you think it's a genuine concern?
No, I think. I mean, just look at the hard facts of climate emissions, right? Enormous amount of time and resources are now spent on fine-tuning data and analyzing portfolios, and the action, at least in terms of aggregated emission numbers, are not following suit in as fast as we would like to see. So whether it's conscious or not, one can discuss. But I think it is an issue that perhaps, yeah. I mean, it's not to say that the top-down sort of analytical approach is not helpful or important, but it shouldn't prevent us from a rougher bottom-up approach and start taking action where it's most needed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and Rachel, it would be great to get a perspective from on the TNFD and also the TCFD. I assume that you disclose the TCFD. Yeah.
A few words first about our connection to nature and biodiversity. As a beauty company, as you can imagine, we have deep interconnection with nature. This is for us a huge source of innovation. We already have 60% of our ingredients coming from nature that are bio-based. And we have in our sustainability program and responsible sourcing program a long care for biodiversity for years, and it's not new and not due to TNFD development and launch, of course. Biodiversity is considered at our company level at every stage of our value chain, for the sourcing of our ingredients to the future of our packaging, going through the management of biodiversity on our sites worldwide. And we already have defined some clear targets about where we want to be by 2025, by 2030, having 100% of our sourcing being traceable and from sustainable source, even creating and restoring biodiversity in each and every of our sites, guaranteeing the preservation of aquatic life in any kind of aquatic ecosystems, even after use by the consumers. So this is not a new topic for us. And for years, we've been challenged and asked by many different consumers and stakeholders overall about our dependencies and impacts on biodiversity. And we see with TNFD a great opportunity really to frame what would be the global frame, global demand, to report and to explain what is our governance on biodiversity, what is our strategy, what are the risks that we have identified, what are our metrics and targets. And for us, this is something which is like a natural next steps as a company, which is already quite familiar with the TCFD and all connection between impacts, physical impact that our activities can have on nature, of course, but also the impacts that biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation can have on the resilience of our business activities. So for us, this is really, I would say, the natural next step. Even we know will be complex because as said before, the metrics are still not very clear. They have to be quite company specific or at least sector specific so as to reflect properly the nature of our activities, dependencies. But for us, this is really a good point to see alignment between stakeholders and the way we are asked as a company to assess and report on our interaction with nature, of course.
Okay, interesting. And has L'Oréal been involved in the kind of development of the TNFD and
Not yet, but I see that there is big efforts to pilot that, and well, this is of course a good opportunity to have business voices and to experiment that, especially I think from companies that have experienced TCFD before. So this is something we should consider, I think.
Okay, great. And it'd be great to kind of stay with you, Rachel, because I want to kind of briefly talk about the proposed deforestation law coming out of Europe. And it's interesting that you kind of are excited about or looking forward to the TNFD because you're already doing a lot of the processes, I suppose, that will be required for the TNFD. And also with this law kind of requiring all products in the EU to not come from deforested or degraded land. I understand that L'Oréal is trying to achieve zero deforestation within its whole business. So it'd be interesting to know how that process is going.
Yes, once again, as part of our biodiversity engagement, we have a long-lasting commitment to fight against deforestation. We have a public policy in place since 2014, which is covering all the forest-related commodities that may be impacted by our activities. The three major ones are palm, soy, and paper and cardboard for our packaging. And to date, for all of these commodities and 100% of our sourcing, we are 100% sustainability certified. But for most of them, we go beyond sustainable certification, acknowledging some of their limits. And if I take the example of palm, for example, we are not a big user of palm oil as such, but we use palm derivatives, like chemical compounds that are providing foaming properties to the shampoos, for example, which are compounds chemically modified from palm oil or mostly palm kernel oil with a long and complex supply chain with a lot of intermediary and processors so as to get the ingredients that make the property of our products. And for that, we have been working with our suppliers, with third parties and experts so as to go beyond RSPO, Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil certification, to get more traceability. We have today 100% traceability for this derivative back to refineries, for example, 98% back to mills, 50% back to plantation. There's been a huge work for us to go beyond certification and to locate precisely where our supplies come from and from which they are delivered. Not only our first-tier supplier, but all along the chain back to the primary step of the supply chain. And apart from traceability, we go even beyond developing some projects, for example, supporting independent smallholders so as to get access to sustainable market, facilitating their access to sustainable certification, while experimenting with them new way of producing palm oil that are well, less impactful for the environment, but also of additional interest in terms of livelihood for them. We also have some action at sectorial level and creating some sectorial platforms so as to onboard most of our, I would say, peers in the industry to tackle the specific complexity of derivatives. We do have some challenges. First of one is traceability, and it's also one particular point of the regulation, traceability to plantation, especially. We are, for example, for palm, back 50% of our volumes are traced back to plantation, and we know touching kind of glass ceiling was this kind of traceability. We have traceability back to mills for almost 100% of our volumes, but we still have difficulty to get access to concession maps, for example, and precise location. And we know that with this information at mills level, we can already do risk management, risk assessment, and risk management and compliance verification. The second challenge that we are facing is the question of human rights. We do have some satellite images that allow us to monitor what our indirect suppliers are doing in the fields and to track illegal deforestation. For the human rights topics, it's much more difficult, of course, and this is not something that you can manage with satellite view. So this is still something that that we have to work on, and not alone, of course, but with the actor all along the chain. And the third point, which is still complex, is the management of non-compliance, as we are at the very end of the supply chain. When the chain is not compliant, is illegal, or breaching some of our policy requirements, we sometimes have difficulties to cascade our business decision up to the beginning of the chain.
Okay.
So we expect a lot from this regulation, of course. This is something that will allow us to accelerate the transformation of the sector, to onboard other actors, and of course very positive in the case it remains actionable and manageable at company level with the right level of expectation based on the proper risk assessment as well.
Okay, thanks. Okay, that's interesting. And Andrew, I'd like to come to you to ask. I can imagine this new proposal law from the EU on deforestation can only be a boost for TNFD, because it will make companies do what you want them to do in the TNFD around reporting and assessment.
Well, yes, it does. Look, it doesn't make sense for our model of law, if you like, which is how our economy works, to create things we all need by destroying nature. That just doesn't make any sense. I mean, in a way, we've been doing that for decades, but eventually the scale of what's being made and converting living things to dead things that we buy, it's hitting the limits on that. And so we need to know, we need to convert our economy to being a nature positive economy, not a nature negative economy. That's ultimately what we need to do, in the same way we need to do that with climate. And the big thing about climate was to remanage our energy system. That's why we have renewable energy, which nobody really knew anything about 20 years ago. And now everybody is trying to do it, but it takes time. We needed the same kind of transformation in a just way for food. Food production is our biggest cause of damage to nature. So we're going to reimagine our food system over the next few days and next decades, in the same way we're reimagining our energy system. But that requires some sticks and carrots. The carrots is you're going to make more money if you do it the right way. Well, today, actually, that isn't the case. Often the good stuff is more expensive than the bad stuff. So that doesn't make any sense. You know, renewable energy costs a lot. Organic food costs a lot, and it shouldn't. And it's because subsidies have got everything around the wrong way. We subsidize bad food and we subsidize bad energy. We need to subsidize good energy and good food, and then the bad stuff will look expensive and the good stuff will look cheap. I mean, these are fundamentals about our economy. So when the EU says, you know what, we're going to start bringing in legislation to stop deforestation being imported into the European Union. And by the way, the UK is doing the same thing. This, of course, is good news to our ears, and good news for businesses like L'Oreal, because they're out in front. They've already started this, but they've already got 50% of their sourcing down to plantation. I mean, that is amazing. Do you have any idea how difficult that is to do, to get it down to that level? So congratulations to them. And the others who aren't even thinking about it are going to get caught out, because their products are going to be refused entry if they don't get up to speed like L'Oreal is getting up to speed. So this new legislation it actually is quite wide. It covers beef, soy, palm, rubber, timber, cocoa, and coffee. These are often everyday things that we're all using. We don't want deforestation to be in them. So that's what the law is trying to do. But it's gone further. It also says we shouldn't be harming indigenous people and local communities in the production of these things. Now, it's limited mainly to tropical forests. And of course, this should be for all of nature in the future. But let's start where we can. And the biggest hoard of biodiversity on the planet, on Earth, is tropical forests. So we lose them at our peril. And we should stop thinking about this as butterflies and bees. Think of nature as huge global infrastructure that keeps our Earth safe. That's what we're really talking about. This is like giant factories and eco-utilities that look after our atmosphere, look after our fresh water, and the basics like soil that we need to keep going on this planet. It's not just about, you know, a few beehives for almond farmers in California. Yes, that's important, but that's where, because bees aren't doing it for free anymore, they have to run around with beehives in the back of trucks. Well, that's ridiculous if that happened across the world. It would be a huge cost. to our system. So these laws are good, but it's not stopping there. In the EU legislation, there's a massive legislation coming out around the world. Take anti-money laundering, for instance. A lot of illegal activity is associated with the destruction of nature. About a third of the total global fish catch is illegal, unreported, unregulated. These are huge amounts of money being made illegally, which then get laundered around the world into other things. So the anti-money laundering laws in the European Union are now saying you've got to take environment into account in anti-money laundering, and particularly for deforestation and illegal fishing in AMLD 6, if it's all approved. So this is really, businesses should be under no illusion that, whilst we're seeing a certain pushback on ESG at the moment, we're all, classically because of the war in Ukraine, they're all running back to fossil fuels to fix the problem. This is short term. The Putin war will not be going on 10 years from now, but climate change will. And our energy transition and our food transition has to happen, whatever happens else in the world, or we have no future. And that's why pension funds need to start thinking about this long term. We have good alignment with pension funds because they pay out 60 years later. And there's no point in paying out into a planet where you can't breathe the air and nature's gone. Nobody wants to inherit a planet like that.
Okay, yeah, that's an important point to end on. Thanks, Andrew. And Arlid, if I could ask you, as an investor, do you have a policy to tackle deforestation? You're mute.
Yes, we have a policy. Making a policy is the easy part. And presenting an expectation to the companies is easy. Holding them to account is the challenging part. And to take a step back, the EU regulations are great. Regulators and democratic institutions, they are the one who's sort of supposed to drive a society in the direction that we want, not the financial institutions. It's not really what we are here for. But when there are shortcomings and not where decision makers are not delivering on their responsibilities and not following global norms, that's where we have to figure out what is our place in this and how can we contribute. As I started, yes, setting expectations is where we start. We clarify to the companies what we expect from them. Challenges, and that's partly a structural challenge as well for the way pensions are delivered and the risks is mitigated at the financial side, is that most of us pension companies have extremely small shares in basically all companies, listed companies in the world. So we have limited direct leverage on a company. Sending a letter usually is of limited up, but so we need to act together. We need to be better coordinated, I think, and we need to be a bit more firm in how we escalate the issues with the companies. Divesting is also relatively easy. It's not a big thing for us actually, but it just means that we are taking this problem off our table and leaving it for someone else. It doesn't solve anything, at least when we are the size we are. But I think we need to be a bit more firm in how we follow up with certain companies, acting together, putting things for voting at the general meetings, challenging board and starting to challenge board representations if we don't see the actions that we think are reasonable. And yeah, that's a strategy basically, and something we want to work on from our side, and also as much as possible coordinate with equally minded companies and financial institutions to make sure that they have the combined leverage that does make a difference.
And have you divested any company because they weren't tackling deforestation effectively?
I don't think so. Not my history in the company is relatively recent, but we certainly have a few on the list. But again, it's relatively easy for us to do that, and then we have no more to say on that agenda. So it will not be the first thing. We'll rather think how we can strengthen the engagement and being more firm in how we hold the companies to account.
Okay. So engagement is your main route at the moment.
That is the main strategy. Yeah.
Okay.
And to the extent that we sort of our social stakeholders as well are very much backing the kind of regulatory developments that we see from the EU. It lifts the bar for everyone, and it does the job in sort of setting directions for societies.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And I was conscious of time, and I want to leave time for audience questions. But Rachel, I wanted to come back to you because you've worked with an investor to create a fund which is tackling deforestation, which I think is quite interesting. It'd be great if you could just give us a teaser of it, please.
Yeah, it can be a bit surprising to see a beauty company developing an investment fund, but this is a decision we took 2 years ago when launching our session 2 on our sustainability journey, deciding to launch a fund dedicated to nature conservation and regeneration, 50 million euros that we have dedicated to invest in companies and projects having as business model the conservation or regeneration of nature. This is a fund that we operate in conjunction and collaboration with Mirova Natural Capital. This is an impact investment fund, which is classified Article 9 against the EU taxonomy, with an intention to create positive impact on the environment and on society, while having a positive financial return as well. And why we did that? Because we saw and acknowledged the fact that the traditional way of funding biodiversity conservation and regeneration was not that much, mostly philanthropy or public fundings. And we thought that we could show as a private sector, as a company, that we could also bring some new kind of capital into biodiversity conservation and regeneration. So today, this is a 50 million investment fund fully dedicated to biodiversity conservation and regeneration, which has a long lifetime. Of course, this is very patient capital because we need to let this project and this company develop themselves and produce the positive externalities that they intend to. We have started to invest in 4 companies, one in UK, which is about regenerating at conventional agricultural land so as to rewild previously degraded ecosystem in the UK. French company as well called Rise Ag, which is accelerating the transition of farmers in France to low carbon agriculture. And well, that's it. So this is not something that we do as part of our business transformation, but in addition to our business transformation for more sustainability. So we're not compensating any damaging impact that we have on one side, but we're working on the reduction and avoidance of any detrimental impact in our value chain. But this is something that we do in addition to our sustainable transformation, so as to contribute more directly to this needed acceleration in terms of biodiversity conservation and regeneration. And that was for us a powerful lever to build sustainable models of funding nature and going through companies and profitable projects, targeting both the environmental impact and the financial return.
Okay, thank you. And Lyd, if I can come back to you quickly. So you've talked about kind of, I suppose, the risk management aspect of deforestation. Are there any investments that you can make kind of to impact forests, if you understand what I mean, like a positive investment rather than engaging with companies that are involved in deforestation? Are there enough investments out there, I suppose I'm asking, in the area of deforestation for investors?
I wish I could say yes, but the nature of our company is as a index-based fund with extreme risk diversification, and that gives us very little space for direct investments in project. So yeah, it's a bit back to that systematic or systemic challenge about how pensions work that I mentioned earlier, that we have to distribute the risk and sort of ensure that we are able to pay the annual returns that is required. That puts some limitations on us in how much we can do in sort of proactive investments in the good solutions. Even though we believe in them, it's a bit limited. Other investors are better suited for that kind of purposes.
So are they too small scale for investors of your size?
It's more that they add risk to our portfolio in a way that's sort of difficult for us to manage.
Okay. Andrew, great to come back to you on that point of investment. I know this probably isn't a role for the TNFD, but positive impact solutions to deforestation, is that a challenge, do you think, for large investors to deal with?
Yeah, it is, and it's great to hear. L'Oreal. Sounds like I'm a fan club of L'Oreal, but I mean, I was involved. I was an advisor to Moroso at the time, long before L'Oreal came in, and we started up these impact investment funds. But for people like Arild and KLP, we're talking about $100 million to $150 million funds, and he doesn't get out of bed for that kind of money. He's got to get out for much bigger money. And the big pension funds, we're really looking at products that have to be $500 million and up, ideally at about $1 billion for big investment institutions, because the transaction costs are too high and they can spread the risks. And there's very little product like that around in the nature space. It's 5 million to 10 million is a lot of money for people working with these issues. If you move back to big agriculture, big banks like Rabobank, for instance, lending to 19 million hectares in Brazil, well, they're lending out millions and millions and billions of dollars into these environments. So they can, they are indeed experimenting with the idea of giving cheaper money, cheaper loans, if you do sustainable outcomes. So farmers will get cheaper money for longer periods if they manage their farms more sustainably. Now, that's a really good thing to do, but differentiating loans in that way, but you need to have good criteria, good data, good monitoring, and all of that. And the farmers say, well, I'd rather just get a loan for my tractor in the usual way. I don't want to have all this sustainability stuff hanging off it. That's too complicated. So, it's hard to get this stuff to work. And in terms of investment, you're looking at investing in either production facilities or products and things like that, like coffee, cocoa, and so on, and getting them to be more sustainable. Now, that's something that impact investors can do. And working with small cooperatives, which are aggregated into larger entities, you start to get the ability of money to flow at the 10 to 20 to $30 million ticket size. And for companies like L'Oreal, that's pretty exciting, because that's something they can do, and they can experiment with that and maybe scale up later. And we're seeing this emerging. But I think a key thing that we have to do is that these are risky investments a lot of the time, and blended finance is where governments come in and help to provide some of the first loss guarantees. And when you're creating a $150 million fund, maybe 20% of it can be government money that then encourages development finance to come in. And then the sort of retail finance comes in on top of that, what we call a layered fund. This is the model that's emerging, but it's been slow. We've been at this for at least 10 years or more, trying to scale this up. But the more regulation that comes, the more appetite the consumers and pressures they put on their pension fund or their bank to act differently, the more money will begin to flow into these environments, and we'll come up with the right kinds of models. And for instance, I think we have to think a bit differently about what we mean by nature finance opportunities. It's not just cocoa and coffee in the front line. It's things like alternative proteins, which reduce pressure. It's things like vertical farming, which is extremely advanced in the Netherlands and being exported to other parts of the world. Vertical farming is when you grow food in vertical factories. You can grow it in cities, so you don't have to bring it from the other side of the world. So this is where the new money is going to go in the revolution of our food system in the future.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. That I was quite admittedly worried that it might be quite a pessimistic conversation because biodiversity seems like such a big, overwhelming topic. But listening to especially Rachel from L'Oreal and Andrew from TNFD, I think there's a lot of heavy lifting and exciting work going up, and I think there's a lot of hope in these conversations. So thank you both, and to Arlid for the conversation today. I learned a lot basically from today, so thank you for that. It was really good. I think we're at time now. So again, thank you so much to all our panelists for taking the time to speak with me today. Up next is our third panel discussion of the day, titled Spotlight on SDG 14, Adjusting Investment Policies to Preserve Life in Our Oceans. The session will be chaired by Capital Monitor's Editor-in-Chief, Daniel Flatt, and start straight away, so please do stay on the line. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we are. Hello, everyone. And thank you, Vibeke, for a very interesting discussion on biodiversity. For those of you who have just joined us, I'm Daniel Flatt, Editor-in-Chief at Capital Monitor and chair of our third panel devoted to SDG 14, adjusting investment policies to preserve life in our oceans. Recent analysis show that without a healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, the world would already have breached the Paris Agreement 1.5 degrees target. And we've been discussing that all this afternoon about sort of our trajectories at this point. Oceans, forests, wetlands and grasslands absorb about 55% of our annual carbon emissions. So with continued greenhouse gas emissions and the loss of biosphere resilience, this capacity is clearly not something we can take for granted. The oceans are the largest carbon sinks, and they represent our biggest asset to help mitigate the impacts of climate change. But a whole host of factors that I have been learning about are placing our oceans and societies that thrive off them at peril, whether it's rising water temperatures, acidification, plastic waste, overfishing, or whale hunting. And on the latter, and a remarkable fact for those of you not to know like myself, is that a great whale, if it dies naturally and sinks to the bottom of the ocean, can sequester about 33 tons of CO2. Equally, if we were to halt whale hunting, it would stimulate sort of microalgae growth, and a 1% increase in that sort of activity is the equivalent, I read this in a DWS report, is the equivalent to that of 2 billion mature trees coming into existence in terms of CO2 sequestering. I could go on, but I do have a panel to introduce. So joining me today is Karen Sack. She's the Executive Director of the Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance, or AURA. I hope I've got that right. Hi, Karen.
Oops. Hi there, Danny. How are you?
All right. Why don't you just take a brief moment to tell us what AURA is?
Sure. So AURA is the only multi-stakeholder alliance working in the ocean space at the moment that brings together governments, the private sector, particularly finance and insurance, and civil society to focus on how we can drive investment into coastal and marine natural capital. We have a goal of driving at least $500 million of investment into this space by 2030 and building the resilience of some 250 million climate vulnerable coastal people by that date as well.
Okay, thank you very much. We hopefully might have time to discuss some of those objectives and where you currently are. But next up, we have Louise Heaps. She is the head of Sustainable Blue Economy at WWF. Hi, Louise.
Hello there.
Louise has worked in ocean conservation and natural resource management for more than 25 years and leads ocean policy and field-based programs in developed and developing countries, so she knows her stuff. And we also have Michael Lewis, head of research ESG at DWS. Hello, Michael.
Hello, Dan.
Right. Now, to put a question to the panel, so anyone in the audience listening through, just go to the Ask a Question button on your screen. I will do my very best to field as many questions as possible in the time that we've got. We, as a group, we had a brief discussion before this panel went live, and we broadly agreed that we wanted this discussion to focus on some basics around the ocean and the story, and therefore why it is important for investors to get to grips with it. So a lot of the questions today are going to be focused on really sort of basically understanding what the ocean does to what I've mentioned earlier, sort of its activity as I suppose a sink, a carbon sink, a little bit about the blue economy, and then how investors can get involved in a very positive way in this story as well. So I will kick off. Karen, you will be my first victim. How important are oceans to our path to net zero?
Oh, big question, Danny, but happy to attempt to answer that. The answer is the ocean is absolutely critical and essential. Here's a fact that may bring this to light. The ocean has absorbed about 93% of the heat from our carbon emissions. So, but for the ocean, today, the temperature on average around the world would be about 112 degrees Fahrenheit. 122 degrees Fahrenheit. That's around 50 degrees Celsius. Today, our mean average temperature is around 57 degrees Fahrenheit or 13 degrees Celsius. So if we just look around the world at the moment in terms of extreme storm events, sea level rise, all of these issues are related to the ocean, and the risks that we're now seeing evolved are from this heating ocean. But the ocean is also absolutely critical as both a means to mitigate and help adapt to this changing scenario. And so the more we can invest in the ocean, and in particular in nature, in coastal and ocean nature, the more resilient the ocean can become. Healthy coral reefs can deflect wave energy by up to 97%. Mangroves are absolutely critical in doing the same. So building that resilience, and the more species we have in the ocean, as you were talking at the beginning, the more ability the ocean has to capture that carbon and sequester it into the deep ocean. So it is a forgotten critical element in the fight against climate change.
Louise, I like I like, and I'm sad to hear that the term "forgotten." But is that a fair sort of comment that it for some strange reason, despite its size, it is forgotten? What's your take?
Definitely, very much. The oceans have been out of sight and out of mind for way too long. But I think that is changing, and I think there is a recognition of the importance of the ocean in terms of its role from a climate change perspective, but also in terms of the sort of vast number of goods and services it provides to our global economy. But just to sort of add a couple more figures, mangroves habitats alone are extremely important habitats in terms of climate change. They can sequester and store around 3 to 4 times more carbon than tropical forests. So making sure that we are protecting and supporting the ocean ecosystems is as important as thinking about the land. And I think that's got to be very strongly emphasised. It's also important to say that mangroves can also prevent any storm surges having a significant impact on many millions of coastal communities that are living on our coast today. There's an estimation that mangrove restoration alone could save something like $65 billion per year in terms of storm and flood damage. But if we don't do anything about restoring our mangroves, that we could see at least 15 million, but I imagine millions more being flooded. So can't emphasize enough the importance of the oceans, as Karen has, in terms of addressing the Paris Agreement and our commitments to adaptation as well.
And just very quickly, and forgive my ignorance, what is in the case of mangroves, for example, what broadly is sort of destroying them, or whatever's sort of happening exactly?
Well, we've got an unprecedented trajectory of coastal development taking place at the moment, and in fact, the OECD have estimated that there's going to be a doubling of the ocean economy over this decade. So trillions of dollars of investment are being invested into port development, urban development, and other types of infrastructure, tourism along our coastlines, which I'm sure many of us will have seen when we go to the coast ourselves. So all of those kinds of, sort of activities are having an impact on many of our coastal habitats, and mangroves included.
Okay. Well, maybe we can, I suppose, some of the issues on that a little bit further down the line. But Michael, I'll bring you in. I know DWS has very pointedly sort of commented on the oceans, and it is SDG 14 is a key sort of focus area for you guys. Can you just sort of talk a little bit about how important it is to the investment house?
Well, I think we or the industry spends way too much, a lot of time focusing on carbon emission reduction. We spend a lot of time on carbon pricing. We talk about energy efficiency schemes. And I think Louise and Karen are absolutely right. We forget we have these unbelievable ecosystems that are doing such a fabulous job of removing and storing carbon. We talk a lot of time, and in the pathways of IPCC, we have this identification of carbon technologies, the deployment of carbon technologies to deploy, which are actually uneconomic at this point of view. So we need to go back to actually the systems that are actually doing the job incredibly efficiently. Just to pick on Louise's the statistics of the ability of seagrasses, coastal habitats, sea meadows absorbing 3 to 4 times as much as an equivalent of a rainforest, but these ecosystems are being destroyed 4 times faster. So from an investor point of view, we are just not spending enough time on natural capital. So we've spent a lot of time on sort of the freshwater story, because that is really critical for companies. And we've now sort of proposing a sort of an investor agenda, because nobody has a clue, I don't think. I don't think people have a clue. The overfishing, industrial fishing, and bottom trawling creates more carbon emissions than the airline industry. I mean, I don't think a lot of people know that. And I think this awareness is just not there. And just finally, in terms of development finance and overseas development assistance, so this is sort of donor countries sending to recipient countries, particularly in emerging markets. If we look at the SDGs, and we look at the total pie of billions of dollars, of those 17 SDGs, life below water receives 0.01%. I mean, this is a tragedy. So as investors, we've got to show the materiality of this sector to say that these are incredible opportunities, because also what we're saying is that actually there are investment opportunities in shipping, in tourism, in aquaculture. These are sectors that investors don't really get engaged upon, and they should do, because there could be some really valuable diversification benefits. So I think we've just got to change the language a lot on this topic, but there's a lot of awareness that people have got to learn. And I think that's the difficulty, is that financial people are not scientists. So we do need to sort of get a better knowledge with organizations like Aura and WWF and these organizations. I think the really encouraging news is these organizations are coming into the financial world, because my fear in finance is that financial people think they know everything, and actually they're realizing they don't know anything when it comes to this topic, and they need experts, they need scientists to validate what they are doing and to help them. So these partnerships are really vital.
Okay, thank you. And I want to go into the areas around engagement as well, but just before we do, just your take on, you mentioned, I think it was like 0.1% or maybe I misunderstood, but a tiny fraction of investment is going into SDG 14. Fundamentally, why is that? Is it, as I interpret from what you're saying, it's just not knowing what it is, if you know what I mean?
Well, I think there is sort of issues on so we talk a lot about blended finance and de-risking. I think the previous panel was sort of mentioning that as well. I think it is, personally, I think it is a lack of knowledge. And I think I think historically with investors, when they look at ESG and these climate risks, what most of the time they're doing, they're running away from them. They're actually de-risking their portfolios. They're trying to look at where the high risk entities are, and they're not moving beyond that. And I think what we need to see is much greater focus on the impact side, and trying to understand where can we have impact in private markets and public markets. And I think Oceans have, I think it is developing, but I think that the awareness of this sector has not been known that much from investors. There's also issues of data. We are not as advanced in the climate space as we are on the ocean space. So that's been another hindrance. I'm hoping that the climate framework that has been built up over the last 10 years or so, and all the engagements, the initiatives, and the TCFD, and we just had TNFD, we can replicate a lot of that from climate and just plant it into the natural capital space. And we are seeing that. So TNFD, science-based targets for nature, there are a lot of initiatives now that are in a way replicating that, and hopefully that will bring the nature conversation, bring it up to speed with where climate is, because I think it has been in the shadows of the climate and the decarbonisation story for so long.
Karen, I noticed you nodding. Would you like to add thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think the opportunity here is that we can leapfrog over the lessons that have been learned in the climate space and with green finance as we look at blue finance. There's some issues that are obviously specific to blue economy, and I think what's really important here is as we look at this blue economy, we think about how we can shift to investment into a more sustainable and equitable blue economy. So the type of investment we need to see is not investment into destructive activities like seabed mining or offshore oil and gas, but instead looking at the cost effectiveness of investments into coastal resilience, into the combination of green and grey infrastructure investment, or as Michael was saying, green shipping, so that essentially we can help shift the transition towards a net zero economy, move more quickly through the ocean sector being part of that. There's certain things that requires the investment sector to do. Part of it is, and often actually in responding to what Michael was saying, we hear there isn't enough information. But really, I think what's important is, when we look at when asset managers invested into oil and gas or other more kind of destructive or carbon-based fuels, they didn't have all the data in front of them before they invested. We are now being required to have all the data in front of us, and the reality is we never will. So what we need to understand is what from sources like the UN Environment Programme's financial initiatives, Blue Economy principles are worth investing in, what help us transition to that blue economy, and what we really have to stop investing in now and withdraw investments from to transition to that net zero economy. There are so many opportunities for offshore renewables, for infrastructure development that helps us transition to zero emission shipping, and of course to invest into nature, which are far more cost effective. Actually, the investing in a mangrove, for example, you were asking earlier, can be 15 times more cost effective than investing in a concrete seawall, which of course immediately begins to degrade as soon as you finish building it, whereas a mangrove grows and adapts with change. So we've got to stop thinking in terms of investments that purely deliver returns and start thinking about investments that deliver impact plus returns for the long haul.
Okay. Louise, would you like to add any thoughts?
Yeah, I guess that's one of the main sort of issues relating to financing the ocean is that the ocean is a higher risk environment generally. And that's because, again, data issues which have already been mentioned, but it's also because of poor governance. And that also links to the tenure issues around ownership of the resources. So I think quite a lot of the enabling environment needs to be addressed in order to start to build confidence with the investment community and get them to recognise the potential opportunities that Karen has already talked about. But I would really sort of identify that without sort of that blended finance and investing in the enabling environment, I think we will continue to see a reticence to invest in new ocean-based activities. Of course, there is a significant amount of investment already going into ocean-based activities, and the importance there is to think about how we change from business as usual activities using transition finance towards more sustainable development activities. And in fact, the bulk of ocean finance is probably those kinds of activities that really need to be transitioned. It's not necessarily.
Oh, totally lost her. Oh, she's back.
I don't know whether I lost you then.
Just briefly.
I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. Well, we've touched upon issues like such as transition finance and blended finance, and we certainly will discuss that more. You just mentioned poor governance, and I'd like you just to sort of explain a little bit about what you meant there as presumably a deterrent to investment.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, essentially, many of our oceans are not managed, or our ocean, I should say, and many of our seas are not managed very effectively. The regulations are pretty inconsistent, and there are significant gaps. And there's also sort of a lack of integration between the different sectors, between different ministries. So overall, the governance sort of picture isn't satisfactory, I would say, to ensure that we are maintaining our marine resources and the natural assets that are actually going to underpin the sustainable blue economy. So it's really important that governments and private sector and public sector, focus on addressing these major governance challenges if we're going to start to see sustainable finance and a move towards a sustainable blue economy. So I would say most importantly, governments need to protect their natural assets. And that's going to include things like implementing marine protected areas, implementing marine spatial planning. I mean, these are not tools that you would necessarily associate normally with an economic change, but they are sustainable blue economy tools, because again, they're essentially going to ensure that the natural assets on which many of these businesses are dependent are going to be protected and maintained in the long term.
Did you say marine planning? I beg your pardon.
So marine spatial planning, which essentially takes an area looks at all the different activities in that area and tries to create a plan so that the cumulative impact of all those activities is not going to exceed the carrying capacity of that area. And in fact, it takes a lot of engagement with communities, with stakeholders. It's a big investment, but once you get it right, you can be fairly, the security of that resource is much stronger. And I would say that the risks associated with investing in that area are much lower, not least because of the sort of reduction in potential conflicts between different sectors as well.
Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm dialing us back a few steps, but it may be for good reason. Which is, we've mentioned the blue economy on a handful of occasions, but maybe one of you would be keen just to sort of define what that actually is. Because I do want investors listening in on this to understand where they may be touching upon this discussion and not necessarily recognizing that they are, which I suspect, given some of the comments from Michael, that may be the case. So if anyone wants to sort of define it for me, put your hand up, but otherwise I'll pick on. Go on, Louise. Thank you.
Well, I don't know that you've heard too much from me, but we have a very specific definition, and that's essentially why I put my hand up. So blue economy essentially describes the enormous environmental, social, and economic value that is derived from the ocean. So all of those kind of activities that are going on in this enormous biome, which is essentially 70% of the world's surface. And in terms of the goods provided, I mean, things like 90% of global trade is undertaken by the sea, over the sea, and it's handled by thousands of ports. 4.1 million fishing vessels are now extracting 80 million tons of fish every year, and essentially seafood is now the most highly traded food commodity globally, providing exports are worth over 160 billion. But as I said earlier, the OECD are suggesting that there's going to be a doubling of the ocean economy, a recognition that there's a lot of opportunities there. And WWF do have concerns about the growth trajectory. In particular, this huge wave of finance that's making its way to the coastal fringes, which I mentioned earlier, which are already showing signs of degradation.
So, such as tourism, just to clarify.
Such as tourism. So WWF have actually created a new definition. Well, it's not that new now, back in 2015. It has been adopted by quite a lot of large organisations, UNEP, World Bank, etc., or sort of based on their definitions are based on that. And essentially, it's a definition which indicates that a sustainable blue economy should provide social and economic benefits for current and future generations. It should restore, protect, and maintain diverse, productive, and resilient marine ecosystems, and it should be based on clean technologies, renewable energy, and circular material flows. And that definition also includes that is inclusive, and it recognises the importance of coastal communities in a future sustainable blue economy. And we actually calculated the value of the sustainable blue economy to be around $24 trillion, releasing benefits of up to $2.5 trillion per annum. So it is a substantive contribution to our global economy. I'm sure that my colleagues have got something to add as well. Thanks.
Michael, that 24 trillion. I'm not asking you to sort of fact check that. That would be rude. But I mean, but that is a substantial number from your perspective. Does that kind of ring true that we're talking about these kind of numbers and opportunities?
Yes, I would never ever question WWF in terms of numbers, but yes, no, it's absolutely right. I think maybe from an investor point of view, the good news, in a way, is that they are very specific industries, whether it's shipping or it's oil and gas. I think the OECD did a really good paper looking at these 8 strategic industries which are harvesting a lot of the resources of this blue economy, and we're basically saying that there are basically what's called the Ocean 100. So it's a bit like Climate Action 100. They're this Ocean 100. These 100 companies are really taking about 60% of these revenues from the blue economy. They're concentrated in particular sectors, and they're also concentrated by countries, typically 7 countries, whether it's sort of China, UK, Norway, South Korea, whoever it may be. And from an investor point of view, this is really good news, because you could suddenly capture 100 key strategic companies and have incredibly forceful engagement with them. You can also steer them to say, you guys need to actually come up with your own sustainability commitments. You can shape this industry. It's in your hands. And so this, I think, maybe hopefully the good news is that, you know, we can use proxy votings, we can speak at AGMs, we can go to escalation procedures of writing to the board, but maybe we can go to these countries to try and sort of push for best practice. I mean, I think Marks and Spencer's has a similar one on sustainability as it relates to cotton. I think we could get more and more corporates signing up to these types of commitments. We have a lot of sort of investor statements of stopping forest fires in the Amazon. We need to mobilize investors much more around key topics. I'd love to have a whale investor letter where we send letters to the prime ministers of Norway and all the other whale nations to actually tell them about your statistic you said at the beginning about the incredible use that whale products. So this, I think, is going to be a more interesting area, sovereign bond engagement, sovereign engagement investors who've been a little bit timid in this kind of sovereign space. But it goes back to the governance. We need the governance is sort of in the hands of the public sector. And I sort of compare it, we don't question banning terrorist financing or money laundering. We need to be banning certain things like seabed mining and all these other bad practices that go on in the ocean economy. So we can look at the opportunities, but we've got to stop the bad stuff happening. And I think it's kind of this reduce, replace, and restore. These are the kind of the buzzwords in oceans. We got to stop certain things happening. We've got to replace them with better things, and we've got to sort of encourage better behaviours. So I think from the investor community, the ocean economy is I think when you can try and simplify it. I think let's try and simplify it and say, this is the blue economy. These are the companies. These are what we want to see, and then create sort of an investor agenda there. But sorry, that was a long response.
Oh no, and I mean,
but
it's very interesting. And for those who don't know about the Ocean 100, I strongly advise them to sort of look it up, because, as you say, it's fascinating research on how influential such a small number of these companies are.
And I did miss out one thing: 60 of the 100 are listed. This is the difficulty, that we can have power on listed companies. One of the things I worry about with my world of ESG is we're identifying toxic assets, and the danger is these toxic assets may well be sold by listed companies, and they get put in the hands of in private markets where we've got no chance of sort of reaching them. So that's something we need to watch out for. But sorry, Karen, you were going to say something.
No, not at all. Well, the only question I was going to ask was, why aren't we doing that?
Karen needs to.
Oh, sorry. Oh, God, there you go.
That's okay. No, I was just going to jump in to add to something that you said, Michael, which goes back to when Louise was talking about the tenure of the ocean and who owns it as well. And this is, again, where the private sector can be so important, particularly with some of those public listed companies, because more than half the ocean is what we call international waters. It's the high seas, areas beyond national jurisdiction. And that requires all of the countries in the world to come together and agree on how to govern them. Now, some of us have been involved in processes of the UN that have been going on for 15 years to negotiate, first to discuss negotiations, then to negotiate about negotiations, and then to hold actual negotiations to keep biodiversity in the ocean. And those are still going on. What if we looked at these Ocean 100 and we saw some of these activities that were going on, and there were commitments being made not to invest in certain activities, not to invest in high seas bottom trawling, not to invest in companies that are taking perverse subsidies for fishing or fuel, which is enabling the destruction to happen. That could be done far more quickly than getting 193 countries to agree on a specific range of governance measures. And we obviously need both of those things, but this is where the potential impact from the private sector thinking in a way that is forward-looking and taking some of the forward-looking approaches that have been taken on land to what shouldn't be permitted, what shouldn't be invested in, and going to sea with them. And there's a whole lot of ocean we can protect that way.
So, without sounding clipped, why is this not happening then, or is it? And
I think it's not happening, honestly, because we have seen very little engagement from the investment sector in our space. And that's something we certainly as Aura are trying to remedy in some of the work that we're doing, as well as providing and beginning to lay the groundwork for opportunities that are investable. Because, as Louise also mentioned, a lot of the potential investments in the ocean sector are with small communities in coastal areas, and particularly in developing countries and small island developing states. Often they aren't seen as investable opportunities by the finance sector. And so what we've got to think about is how we can blend in finance from philanthropy, from the public sector and the private sector, how we can potentially aggregate some of those investments and pool them so that they aren't viewed as being as small community by community, but rather sector by sector. And then we've got to look at the types of risk wrappers. And this is where we're working really closely with the insurance sector. But as well as that, we need to look at public sector guarantees to begin to crowd in the investments so that it can be seen as a bankable opportunity rather than as something that's too difficult. Again, just going back to what Michael was saying, the idea of putting some guardrails and some limits around what the current economy is and thinking about how we shift that, and at the same time thinking about where future forward opportunities for investment are perhaps the two parallel approaches that we need to take.
Yeah, and if I could just sort of interrupt to add, we need to internalize these costs that companies are basically inflicting on the environment. We're trying to do it with carbon emitting companies. We're trying to say to them, there is a price that you are now going to have to pay, and there is a potential impact on your P&L and your earnings as a company. So there is sensitivity analysis where you can look at particular companies, and if the world carbon price went to $20, you would have a cement sector that would have major problems. It would be sort of moving into sort of lost territory. We've got to internalize these costs that companies are polluting waters, for example. So we've been looking at sort of the impacts on the clothing sector and the meatpacking sector when they in their use of water. And I think it's this sense that companies, the history has just been, we use oceans as a dump. I mean, that is what its purpose has been. We have not recognized its other important purpose in terms of climate transition and climate physical risk and how it facilitates and strengthens those parts of the climate story. So I think when we try and change the language to show the potential risks with more regulation and the potential of costs coming onto these particular companies, I think that wakes people's or investors' minds up to the financial risks that these certain types of activities pose. And then I think you move into this kind of interesting area of looking at ocean health technologies. And I mean, I'm sort of reminded that when I think about the ocean economy, I think it's sort of still operating in the 19th century. Everything else has come up into the 21st century, and I don't think there's enough sea technology is not really being used very much. So I think that's kind of an interesting space that we could see more of.
Well, risk is a good point to make, and I think it's the WWF that may have done some research on the amount of capital is actually at risk if we were just to continue as we were. So if we want to sort of jog a few investors into sort of realizing that this isn't just something you can sort of brush under the carpet and hope someone else engages on this subject. WWF has got some numbers that what I read pretty terrifying.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, business as usual, the trajectory that we're on does entail great risk. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And that risk extends not only to businesses, but to society as a whole. And I think we've sort of mentioned that a lot in the conversation so far. And these sort of environmental losses are actually translating into physical and financial losses. With sunk costs into infrastructure, and supply chain, really potentially leading to stranded assets. So there's a few figures here. So the World Bank have estimated that if we continue with the overfishing trajectory we're on, we're currently losing $83 billion per annum because of overfishing, which is just totally perverse. And then the cost of coastal protection is estimated at around $1 trillion for every rise, 1 meter rise in sea level, and the list goes on. So there's plenty of evidence now that there are substantive financial risks. What was interesting is back in 2019, WWF worked with Responsible Investor on a survey of 700 investors, and we identified that a third of those investors had no idea that they were connected in any way, or that their investments were connected in any way to the ocean. So WWF has worked with Metabolic and as a contribution to Aura, actually, to develop a sort of first of its kind value at risk model. And the report is called Navigating Risk, Ocean Risk. I'm happy to put the link on the chat later. And it was aiming to quantify how financial risks arise cumulatively in the blue economy under a business as usual scenario, and also under a sustainable development scenario. And by mapping the impacts and drivers that influence the blue economy, we assessed how the changes to physical and policy environment can actually impact on assets and revenues across 6 major sectors within the ocean economy. And so we actually then applied this model across 8,000 listed companies within an investment market index. And we found that 66% of those companies were exposed to ocean-based risks. And under a business as usual scenario, the losses could be about $8.4 trillion over the next 15 years. But those could be substantially reduced to by 5.1 trillion if we were to take immediate steps to align with the Paris Agreement and with SDG 14. And I think most notably, again, coastal infrastructure came out very strongly as being very high risk. And if we do go if we do sort of take urgent action to reduce emissions and protect against storm damage by protecting those habitats and keeping them in place, again, losses could be reduced by $2 trillion over the 15-year period for coastal infrastructure alone. And just to sort of highlight that I think many, we're already feeling the effects of this. And I read a statistic recently that said that real estate in the US market with exposure to sea level rise is now selling at a 7% discount. So it really does highlight that business as usual, it does not make financial sense, and that changes will need to be made in order to make sure that we're avoiding these risks as we go forward. Thanks.
What does a sustainable, very briefly, does a sustainable scenario mean, though? What are we talking about?
So essentially, we were looking at, I think it was the RCP. Sorry, this is not where my strong suit, but I think we were looking at a 1.8 degree scenario for climate change.
Right.
And then also looking at, making sure that the policies were in place that would support good governance and good management of the ocean's resources. So we did 2 different scenarios. One was basically the trajectory that we're on at the moment, and the other one was if we managed to hone things back as much as possible, but not. It was beyond 1.5 degrees though. Right. I guess we were being slightly pessimistic.
Okay. Karen, I'd like to bring you in again. So to talk a little bit about resilience and what actually you guys mean by that, because I want to get a feeling for the opportunity that investors really sort of have. We've touched upon the types of financing and briefly like that, but really, what does resilience actually offer an investor in terms of that return that they fundamentally will still want, regardless of a lot of our conversations?
I think this is actually where things get really exciting, because the opportunities are huge. There's so little investment in the space that there's a long way that we can go. And what we are doing with our partners is literally what we're trying to do at the moment, is to build a new ocean financial architecture, which offers opportunities for investment for different sectors. So in terms of blue resilience, what that means is thinking about the opportunities in terms of blue carbon credits, blue resilience credits, or biodiversity credits, and thinking about the carbon markets, but taking them a step further in the blue space, where the magic of these ocean ecosystems is they don't only do one thing. So they don't just capture carbon, they also help filter nutrients, and they also are biodiversity hotspots for and nurseries for different species. So how do you build that into the price of protecting those areas? So there are opportunities there. There are then opportunities, and there's a huge wave of growing entrepreneurs who are keen on developing entrepreneurial solutions that are more forward-looking and work towards a sustainable blue economy. So there is an initiative called 1000 Ocean Startups, which is bringing in everyone from incredible companies that are looking at concrete that is coral friendly, for example, or that is looking at green shipping and hydrogen, as shipping used to be. If we go back a little bit in time, it used to be a net zero industry. Everything was done by wind. So how do we go back in time to go forward into our collective future? And then looking as well at the types of opportunities there are to restructure some of the sovereign products that are out there. So how do we restructure debt so that it can become nature positive and
what does that mean? What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
So for example, there are a lot of countries now, and particularly for small island developing states and least developed countries, that are heavily indebted, and that level of debt has increased through the COVID pandemic. A lot of that is debt that is not just public sector debt, but it's actually owned by the private sector. So is there a way that we can work together with some of the major banks to restructure that debt so that, for instance, there is a call to protect at least 30% of our ocean and seas? How can we restructure that debt and do a debt for nature swap so that there are the types of investments that can go into keeping that nature intact, which is essentially, those protected areas are essentially the capital from which anyone extracting anything from the ocean are extracting the interest from. So how do we do that? It's been done on land in the past. Let's see how we can do it at sea. There's nothing essentially innovative in a way in what we're doing. The innovation is how we're applying it to the ocean space. So those are the kind of opportunities. I think the other thing we need to think about is how we begin to break down the barriers between what we think of as mitigation and adaptation. And I was with actually the Minister of Environment for the Maldives yesterday here at Climate Week in New York. And she was talking about how they view adaptation, how they view mitigation and the shift to renewables as adaptation. These countries have to purchase, they sell their tuna and fisheries resources to earn foreign exchange dollars to buy diesel fuel, which is shipped across the ocean to power their economies. If we could break that cycle and instead create a virtuous cycle of investment so that they are being enabled to invest into renewables, and they're not asking for a handout, they're looking for investment opportunities that can pay back. They shift to renewables. All of those shipping emissions are then reduced because we're not shipping diesel to them. And we are significantly shifting the trajectory of change towards the net zero goal that we're all aiming towards. So these are the types of opportunities that are out there. And they require a little leap in some cases, sometimes a bigger leap from the private sector. But this was all done in the creation of the green carbon markets and the green markets, where there was a recognition that over a 5 to 10 year period, the returns wouldn't be as high as they might be in other sectors, but it was an emerging sector to invest into. After that, we've seen the returns though, and this is the opportunity here to develop this market, to be at the leading edge, and then to grow it into something that can really achieve both the net zero goals as well as some of these biodiversity investment goals that we're beginning to see emerge from, you know, the EU taxonomy, the TNFD that Michael was talking about, and emerging rules in different countries of biodiversity positive investment.
Okay, thank you. I'm very mindful of time, and amazingly, we've pretty much run out. But I wanted to bring Michael in. After listening to Karen's thoughts there, as at an institutional level, so you know, an institution like DWS, this doesn't feel close enough for a big insto in my mind to sort of latch on. I can't sense that there is the big money going to come in.
I'm going to disappoint you.
Oh, good.
We have quite a lot of sort of ocean-related sort of investments and activities, but I would say that it is unusual, I'd say, in the grander institutional market. But we have a partnership with WWF in terms of a blue economy fund, and they are going to really help us to be meaningful in our engagement, because we can't know all of the metrics, so we need proper people to tell us. We also do things with mangroves and Belize. We have alliances with Healthy Seas. So there's an investment angle and there's a corporate angle. And I'm sort of encouraged. I mean, it is slow. We're clutching. I mean, I love that example of the Maldives. I mean, it just makes so much sense, Karen, what you just said. I mean, it's a no-brainer. But the case studies, we have Nature Conservancy partnering with hotels in Mexico to create a trust fund for coral reefs, or we've got Swiss Re helping develop an insurance product for a coral reef, and then we've got Willis Towers Watson trying to scale that up through their sort of resilience facilities, and then we're trying to attach value. Because I think at the moment, I mean, I think it's often said nature, whether it's an elephant, it's a fish, or it's a tree, they're more valuable dead than alive. So we're trying to link these ecosystems to financial markets. So mangroves in Colombia are being linked to carbon markets through sort of specific sort of verification carbon schemes. These are small, these are not even really scratching the surface, but they are becoming into the investment world. And as I said at the beginning, I think these partnerships are incredibly important. But I think, we look at the investments that we can do, the engagement that we can conduct, and, the public advocacy and how we can play a role in those sorts of areas. But as I say, for oceans, to me, it just is not where, we look at land and forests and, that's a terrible situation, but I think oceans are even more neglected than the land and forest sort of environment. People know what trees do, but I don't think know kind of the extent of what oceans do.
Yeah. Okay. So it is happening, but I mean, it is fair to say this is not at scale, but it is, as you say, there are partnerships.
Yes, and it appeared in Glasgow, and I think the recognition is growing rapidly. But the problem is that we can't spend 5 years as we talk for climate. And I think we talk about fossil fuel subsidies, the thing, and the fishing subsidies. I mean, I don't know whether I'm optimistic or not, but. There's a lot of problems, but there are some good things. The plastic treaty, tax it. I mean, there is a potential, but the pace of change is slow. But there are a lot of things on the horizon, like plastics, like seabed mining, which is still potentially going to be there. So there's a lot to be resolved, but it is growing.
Okay. Well, look, that is quite literally all the time that we have. So Karen, Louise, and Michael, thank you so much for your thoughts and insights. And I can only apologise that we just don't have the sort of time to really sort of dwell as deeply as I'd like us to, and hopefully maybe we can later. There have been other questions from the audience. For we haven't been able to answer them, but we will answer them perhaps in an email. So don't despair if you didn't think we're ignoring you. Up next, guys, is our last panel discussion of the day, titled "Unlocking Private Finance for Nature: Can We Financialize Everything?" This session is chaired by our economics editor, Chris Papadopoulos, and starts pretty much right away. But for now, thank you so much, guys. Fabulous discussion.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Papadopoulos, economics editor of Capital Monitor, and I'll be moderating the final panel discussion of the day, titled Unlocking Private Finance for Nature: Can We Financialize Everything? I'm very pleased today to be joined by Peter Monroe, Head of Investor Relations and Sustainable Investment at the European Investment Bank. Also worth mentioning, Peter helped to develop ICMA's green bond principles, which are now the market standard for green bond issuers and sustainable bond issuers. Also delighted to have James Alexander, Chief Executive of the UK Sustainable Investment and Finance Association. James has also advised on the UK government's green taxonomy. Unfortunately, Mardy McBrien of the IFRS Foundation is unable to join us today, but we will push on nonetheless. Thank you both for joining us. I would also just quickly mention, if the audience want to get involved, and please do, just submit your questions for our speakers via the Ask a Question button on your screen, and I'll try to field as many of those as possible. You can also ask questions anonymously if you'd like, by clicking on the eye icon in the question box. Let's get into it. So our first question here is on risk. Can natural risk be calculated in the same way as other financial risks? And to what extent can we link biodiversity to financial outcomes in a way that's comparable to other products? Peter, can I come over to you on this one to start off with? What's your take on this, on biodiversity risk?
Good afternoon, Chris, and thanks for inviting me and EIB to contribute. It's really an important question, because if we think about how the bulk of flows in markets on ESG have been tilting, a lot of it's been driven by climate, and biodiversity is, I think, the next big thing, and their risk is again extremely central. So let's look at it perhaps from two angles. I'll start with a kind of thought on data, and then maybe later on we can come on to the tools. But in short, biodiversity risk is something very tangible. Assessment tools do exist, and although integration into financial modeling remains in its infancy, I do think markets can begin to get to grips with it by studying the data and tools that are available. And if you'll allow me just a short remark on the data to kind of quantify this a bit. So a very significant share of financial assets is exposed to biodiversity risk. That's clear. If we start at a very macro level, I mean, the Cambridge data tells us that over 50% of global GDP is moderately or highly dependent on nature, and much of this therefore entails some sort of risk. Now, do we have some findings to validate that? Yes, we do. I can give you two examples. First, the Dutch Central Bank issued a landmark study in 2020, arguing that biodiversity risks are material for over 1/3 of the assets in the Dutch financial sector, and that represents assets of around 510 billion euros with exposure to biodiversity risk. So we're talking about significant numbers. Now, separate question, how to calibrate that risk. Is it high, medium, low? Another question. But let me bring one more example, and then I'll pass the mic back to you. Are the Dutch findings consistent with findings elsewhere? I would argue yes. There were similar findings in France. The French Central Bank brought a paper in 2021 on biodiversity-related risk and found that 42% of securities held by French financial institutions are from issuers which are highly or very highly dependent on ecosystem services. So if those services are in any way disrupted or depleted, that could entail a risk for those institutions. So I'll stop there and pass back to you.
Thank you. James, what, do your members, do they discuss this? How do they look at things like biodiversity and natural capital risk and how it affects them?
Yeah, great question. Thanks, Chris. And yeah, great to be part of this conversation this afternoon. And yeah, I think there's huge growing and increasing realization of the extent to which nature and biodiversity has the risks associated with that. And I think we're increasingly, I think you could be, in the past, people kind of thought the E of ESG was mostly climate change and thinking about net zero and reducing emissions. And of course, that's vitally important that we continue to focus on that. But actually, there's much more to that E than emissions on its own. And so, looking at nature and biodiversity, we had a session just before this on oceans and considering the impacts there. Deforestation, species loss. There is so much air quality, soil health. There are so many different topics and issues and areas that we need to think about, and all of which have tremendously negative consequences for the entire planet if we get this wrong. If we continue to get this wrong, shall we say, because clearly at the moment we are getting it extremely wrong. And so I think that is the starting point. I think one of the big challenges, of course, is where to focus. What is the most important one of the planet or set of planetary boundaries that we're currently crossing, and where do we need to be raising our focus and prioritizing our attention? Unfortunately, there's no easy answer to that question, and I think I'm sure that throughout the rest of today, the panelists have basically suggested also that there is no easy answer to prioritizing, or indeed to the efforts under each of those different things you might want to prioritize. But what we're certainly aware of is that from an investor perspective, there's a focus clearly on risks and investment risks. So what is it that this damage to nature or this harm to nature, whether it's done by the investment itself or whether it's done more broadly by human activity and the impacts that has on a specific investment. And so, of course, that's the risk element and end of things that we look at. What we also want to look at, though, is the impact that we're having. There's this concept around double materiality and thinking about things in two different dimensions, not having, not reducing our risks from these things, but also reducing our impacts. And I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. And so again, how can we focus on reducing the negative impacts and turning those negative impacts ideally into positive benefits or positive impacts? Because for one reason why we might do this is because ultimately impacts themselves become risks. Now, what sort of risks they become might vary, but broadly speaking, we're very much in a position where we're looking at government seeing the negative impacts that things that the company activity is having, and starting to think about regulations and laws around stopping that from happening. We saw that very much with plastics. And the impacts of plastics on the environment, in Europe and elsewhere. We are seeing customers increasingly caring about what impact the products and goods and services, particularly food, that they're buying is having on the natural environment. We're seeing litigation and the risk of litigation being something that can be, if you're having that negative impact and get sued, of course, that turns into a risk. So risks and impacts are very much intertwined, and we think that investors should be looking at all of these across the full breadth of ESG, environmental and social, but particularly on nature and biodiversity.
I suppose it's to some extent leads us on to our second question, which is that natural capital, things like natural capital, biodiversity, it's not an area which you associate with in-depth analytics and lots of data. Identifying problems can be difficult. Identifying, measuring impact can be difficult. From that sort of perspective, do investors and the banks, financial institutions, do they need to be willing to accept a certain level of unknown in this? And how do we, James, you've worked on things like the green taxonomy. How do you think we overcome data challenges in these areas? What are your thoughts on that, James?
I mean, getting the data that we need is of course absolutely vital. What I will say is that we can't do nothing on the basis that we're waiting for the data to come through. And actually, if we're looking for perfect data, we just have to be realistic and say that that's going to be a very long time coming. So we've got to do what we can with the data that we currently have available. And actually, that's true across not just ESG. It's actually true across financial data as well. We don't have perfect financial data, and that's just a fact. And it's unfortunate, but we have to just make decisions based on the best available information that we can get hold of. But that's also not to say that we shouldn't be pushing for more data. And of course, the way that we're going to get that is broadly through enhanced company disclosures. So in the UK, here in the UK, we're doing, we were one of the first countries to mandate TCFD disclosures across the whole economy. That's Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, looking at the risks around climate-related activity of companies. What's under construction right now is TNFD, which is for the nature-related equivalent of that. And I think, once that's developed, we strongly support the principle of TNFD, and once it's published, in principle, our view is that this should be rolled out fully across the economy as well. Because once companies start to think about these risks and start to disclose on these risks to the market, that means that you can start building that into your investment decisions and having a much greater level of understanding of where your risks are, where your issues are. And of course, crucially for those companies that are disclosing those risks, potentially for the first time thinking about those risks, start to take steps to address those and realize potentially how serious they are to their ongoing operations and their ongoing profitability. So, this data is hugely important. We need this sort of level of data to start making, to be making good investment decisions. We rely on governments to mandate those disclosures, but I think, there is quite a lot of data out there. We can't just say, well, we're not going to think about this at all until we get the right data, but it's something that we really need to think about.
Peter, what would your take be on the unknowns and the data challenges? I mean, I know the EIB's done a lot of investments in things like nature and biodiversity. Were these things challenges in those particular transactions?
Yeah, it is true that if we look at a sort of overall market level, it is quite a challenge, and James is right. We're kind of in the foothills of this, and certainly on biodiversity. We shouldn't forget though that conventions on biodiversity go back a long way. So there is quite a lot of thinking available. But if I may, I'll come at it from a couple of angles. So broadly, what sort of methods are available? Give an example of a couple of the tools, and then when we come on to discuss some of the sort of more tangible financial flows later, it'll maybe make more sense. I think, and again, I would lean on the recent, for the thematic overview. I think it's quite good to look at the recent 2021 Cambridge Handbook for nature-related financial risks, which was co-created with banks and asset managers. So it's not a purely academic exercise, but one done together with the market. And that suggests ways for financial institutions to begin embedding nature into their mainstream financial models, into their risk frameworks, into their portfolio strategies. So this is all very relevant and good news. And there are three main types of risk they identify. And I think this is something you'll see recurring if you're investing in this space. Physical, transition, and liability risks. So what does that mean? Perhaps to give some examples would be helpful. Physical risk, well, deforestation can reduce rainfall, and that could raise an operating cost. Transition risk, if we look at legislation on deforestation, that increases due diligence cost for buyers of some soft commodities. And then on the liability side, we can imagine potential fines due to legal action against firms that incur biodiversity damage. So there is a kind of, I would say, a methodology available. And if you look at the papers that are out there, you'll see that there are a range of tools. Now, some are more aimed at understanding the biodiversity impact. And there you can take, for example, a very well-known one is the Integrated Biodiversity Assessment Tool. It's one that we also use, and I think it's a very credible tool. Another thing that is relevant is, of course, to link more to business value. And I think if we think back to the point we discussed a moment ago about the Dutch situation, the Dutch central bank used a tool called Encore, And that's developed by the Natural Capital Finance Alliance. So a wide range of people involved with that. And it's very interesting because it uses materiality assessment as a means to link value of biodiversity to business. So this is, again, coming back to the point that we might have heard from our colleague from the IFRS Foundation, and the accounting world is very much looking at materiality. So I think that that's good news, that sort of tool. And how does it do it? Well, it looks at the risks or dependencies in the following way. It first looks at the loss of what they call functionality in the business process if an ecosystem service is disrupted, and then translate that into financial loss. So is this highly prescriptive and detailed for all scenarios? No, but it means we do have a framework or some frameworks out there, and I think this is a very good starting point. I'll stop there.
Thanks for that. I'll move on to our next question, which is, how do we go about scaling up opportunities, such as investment opportunities, such as green bonds in nature and biodiversity? And it's interesting that we've got James, who, correct me if I'm wrong, you're sort of representative of perhaps private sector finance, and Peter, you're a representative of public sector finance. Do those two things need to cooperate more closely? Is that the solution? That doesn't have to be that could be part of the question, but more generally, how do we scale up investment opportunities? Should I hand over to you first, Peter?
Okay, thank you, Chris. Well, let's think about what the markets in general are already doing. I mean, there's quite a good study in 2020 from the OECD which said that the run rate of biodiversity finance, sort of going back a few years, was about 80 to 90 billion per year. Now, clearly, we need to get a lot higher than that. And if we think that services valued, services from nature are valued in the trillions, and tens or even over 100 trillion, then we really realize there's perhaps a lot more potential. But if we look at let's say 80 to 90 billion a year or more in the sustainable bond market in 2021, there were only around 15 billion of biodiversity related use of proceeds bonds. So it's still very small. And it was, in fact, the second smallest segment in the sustainable bond market. So there's really a lot more to be done. I mean, compare that with renewables at around about 180 billion and a market for sustainable debt over 1 trillion. Biodiversity is really pretty much dwarfed in the debt market by other categories. So we really need to do more. But the question you've asked is, could we do more? Is there evidence that we could have a higher run rate? I mean, at least on our part, I mean, in the 5 years to 2020, we invested over 5 billion alone in forestry for biodiversity. So it shows that substantial numbers are possible. And we never do that alone. We always do that together with others, and usually also the private sector. So given that these things are challenging, I do agree with you that there is a role for partnership there, because the public sector can often invest a lot in, let's say, the technical part, the technical expertise and so on, which is quite hard to fit into the economics of a commercial bank, for example, sometimes. So we can bring value in understanding, definitions. And I think if we want to scale up, we need user-friendly criteria which are well understood. And if we think about what's coming down the pipe, well, is that going to be useful or not? Let's see. But I think the EU taxonomy for biodiversity, the draft version is out there. Everyone can look at it. That's a very granular benchmark. And this is not all that's out there. There are lots of other, very credible high-level categorizations, be they from Swiss Re, who were mentioned earlier, the Encore tool, and others. And there are about five different areas, key areas that emerge. And if you have that understanding of the main categories of investment and you see the potential for the flows, I think that's positive. And if we link it back to the risk point, if we recognize the risks associated with biodiversity, I mean, as we integrate that within financial risk management, I think we'll find there are a lot more financial decisions which are being reclassified as having a biodiversity dimension. So it's partly a matter of better classification and partly a matter of the projects as well. I'll stop there.
James, what discussion? I don't know, but what discussions have you had with members on this? And what's your take on this, on scaling up biodiversity and nature-based investments?
I mean, it was great to hear from Peter on the kind of range of different projects that the EIB works on, and institutions like the EIB play a hugely important role, actually, because what we hear from our members, particularly asset owners, big pension funds, and others, we've got our membership's got around about 10 to 15 trillion pounds of assets across our membership. There's an awful lot of money that's very interested in flowing in this direction. But of course, it's not charity money. It can't just go into projects that are not properly structured. And so what we're often finding, a lot of these are, sometimes public sector projects. They're a lot of them are, partially developed. They're not fully structured. What we need transactions. We need things that we can actually get behind and put our money behind. And actually, what we need is large scale projects that are big enough to be worthwhile. The transactions big enough to be worthwhile. Ideally, that have been structured properly, that have been set up correctly. They can be all over the world, but again, have to be structured in an appropriate way. And that, I think, is where institutions like the EIB, and in the UK, we've got the new UK National Infrastructure Bank, and in Scotland, there's the Scottish National Investment Bank. There are a range of different institutions that exist, whose job it is to create these transactions, to structure this, to crowd in private capital. And I think that's one of the key bits of philosophy that we need to have around this, is we need public entities to work together. You mentioned it, Chris, and Peter gave some great examples. The public sector and the private sector can work together to create flows of capital that go into creating and structuring transactions and getting these markets moving. And I think there's an amazing opportunity here for these institutions, these public institutions, to start looking at, which of these type of projects, type of transactions, type of infrastructure is just past the kind of too hard line, where private money doesn't flow on its own. And a really good example of it, it's not a nature example, but it is a climate example, is offshore wind. A few years ago, offshore wind was in that too hard category. It was not proven technology, it wasn't tested, hadn't been rolled out at scale, wasn't sure what the financial models would be. And so the UK government decided to use its Green Investment Bank that we had at the time to start creating the market and creating the industry for offshore wind. And so what they did is they created structured some transactions, got crowded in private capital, but got the transaction in such a place that it was working. And then now we're in a position where offshore wind in the UK is one of our biggest renewable industries, and the UK is a world leader in offshore wind. I think we've got the second biggest offshore wind capacity installed in the world. That happened because of government and private capital working together, recognizing which things were too hard, but also I think recognizing when to step back and say, actually, private sector, you've now got this, we'll move on to the next too hard thing, and so continually looking at what's just over the horizon, and working public sector to move that forward and create and structure these transactions. I think there's so much opportunity to do that around nature, around transactions that prioritize and focus on nature, and specifically look at how we can address and reverse the damage that we've done to nature, which of course is a vital part of what we need to do. So the things that Peter talked about, the things that the EIB is doing, the things that the UK is doing, are so welcomed by the private sector to move this whole industry forward and to get things working together. So that's to be honest, what we're talking about. I think the other thing that we do need to think through and be very careful about is that it's very easy to create inadvertently, by focusing on, say, a project that has really positive climate benefits, to inadvertently have really negative impacts on the wider environment or nature or the ecosystem. Likewise, you can have projects that have a very strong social benefit, but potentially could cause negative effects from a climate perspective. And so we've got to be really careful as investors, both public and private, that we are looking at the full range of impacts and both negative potential harm that we're creating across a full range of environmental and social criteria when considering these investments. So we've got to be really, really careful that we're not building harm into the system that we're working on. Again, that's another key area that the public sector can support the private sector to start to analyze, investigate. You mentioned earlier, Chris, that I'm part of the Green Taxonomy Advisory Group for the UK government. And one of the things we're thinking about is, well, how do you actually structure a kind of do no harm approach? The EU has done some work around this. And we're looking at how the UK can learn from the EU experience and create a model around that. We also have an emerging fund labeling and fund disclosures system that's being developed in the UK. I'm part of the advisory group for that as well. And there's again the same question of, if you've got a fund that's labeled as sustainable, how are you sure that it's not causing harm in some of the areas that it's not specifically primarily focusing on addressing? And these are hard questions that don't necessarily have very straightforward answers, but they're things that as sustainable investors we should be thinking about, and we are thinking about.
Well, Peter, are you going to come in and any comments on what James has said, or should I throw another question?
He's raised some really interesting issues. I mean, I think he's right. There's a huge opportunity to deal with some of the harder aspects that markets are not yet quite ready to tackle on their own through public instruments. And he's absolutely right that the new UK National Infrastructure Bank is going to be hugely important in that, and it's sibling in Scotland as well. And I think the experience of GIB was that if you create an instrument that's agile, or a vehicle that's agile enough, it can really have a major impact, as you said, with offshore wind. Now, there is another point around this which is challenging, that as we go into a sort of a more testing economic environment where public resources are more strained. One thing that we can think about is how to better use, for example, guarantee products to help the private sector forwards, because it's not always possible to put up cash capital, but guarantees can be a highly effective instrument. And we found that certainly in the last couple of years, for example, dealing with problems for SMEs in the post-COVID world. And I think this is something that could be translated into the areas where markets are maybe not able to take on board the risk, and some sort of risk mitigation through public guarantees could be helpful alongside the private capital, so that the private capital maybe comes in at a slightly more senior level in some cases. A lot of funds are constrained to really buy effectively investment grade product, and some of these projects may not fall into that category. So credit enhancing, lifting things up potentially through public guarantees could be a real game changer. And last point, we need examples, we need role models. And I think one thing that we've been working very hard to do is to do that, to for example, through our natural capital financing facility, offer lessons on how to mainstream what works, what doesn't work, and so on. I mean, we have to test drive some of these things. So I think, apart from the sort of pure capital and the risk mitigation, we need tangible proof of concept in some of these projects, and that's where indeed the public sector should step up and help the private sector to get over the hurdles. So I'll stop there for the moment.
And has that been the case there, Peter, with the EIB's activities and the bonds that the EIB has helped bring to market? Have you seen a lot of private sector buy-in, or has that not been the approach with those green bonds in particular?
Well, it's a very good question, Chris, and last year we added biodiversity to the list of eligible categories for our sustainable bonds, and we're just at the very beginning there. And I think, as we discussed earlier, that the size of the biodiversity bond market is still tiny. But if we look at the potential for scale up, I think it's substantial. And I think as we start to get more focus on the risk tools, on the taxonomies of the type that James mentioned, and as investors absorb it, I think it's going to scale up quite rapidly. And I think if the amount that's been invested in climate is any guide, these things can scale up very quickly once investors get to grips with it. And I would tend to agree with James that markets have spent quite a lot of time understanding climate, and now biodiversity is the next big thing on the agenda, and it'll just take time to digest. So I think as this works its way through the system, we'll start to see probably very big numbers as well in this space.
And James, I wonder if you could just take us briefly through, what are the UK equivalents that we've got of the EIB at the moment, and do you think? Do your members think do you and your members think they do enough? Do you like the guarantees approach, or would you rather see them put up large amounts of money, or are guarantees good enough? They're almost like a free lunch, almost able to sort of crowd in investment, but without having to necessarily put up taxpayers' money. What's your take there?
Well, so up until Brexit a couple of years ago, we were, I think, pretty much the biggest country customer is the right word, I don't know, of the EIB, and so the UK has, over the decades of EU membership, had an incredible relationship with the EIB, and some of the great infrastructure projects that you can see across the UK are as a result of EIB support and lending. And truth is, we haven't yet created the institutions to replace the EIB, and to replace the volume of lending that came through the EIB. The UK National Infrastructure Bank is a step in that direction, and we pushed really hard for the bank to have a kind of dual mandate. We were pushing really hard for it to have a net zero, which we now want to see is more combined with nature as well, so net zero / nature mandate, and the government also wanted to put in a levelling up mandate in there as well, and so again, our thoughts on that are, well, actually you can achieve net zero and levelling up if you are smart about the same policies. This should not be two halves of the same bank looking in different directions. It should be the bank saying, well, we've got these dual mandate, how do we find transactions that meet both of those things? And that should, in our view, be very straightforward to do. And so, but truth be told, we've got to wait for these institutions to get set up and properly start running, such that we can, get something close to the level of benefit that we were getting from the EIB as a member of the EU. That's not a political point. That's just a statement of fact. And so, we know now the UK is now kind of building these institutions and moving this all forwards. I think we've got to do it faster. I think we've got to get that capital deployed more quickly. Peter talked about guarantees, and as one of the really key ways that a kind of public sector entity can have an impact and use its balance sheet in a really positive way. And we definitely want to see more use of guarantees across the space, both here in the UK and also as part of how we can structure financial transactions, particularly in developing countries where guarantees are even more important. And so, we can use that as a key way of using public sector balance sheets to crowd in private capital. And these are the sorts of innovations that we want to see being used more effectively and more aggressively by governments to get the capital flowing in the right places. In the UK, the reality is we've just spent all of the money. The energy price cap that the government has brought in here is going to cost more money than the COVID furlough scheme by a kind of several multiples. So there is no more government cash ready to be rolled out the door to solve climate change and nature challenges over the coming years. So we've got to think about how can we better leverage private capital to start moving forwards on all of these priorities, and then that involves government looking at ways that it can use and leverage its own balance sheet without necessarily, or hopefully not having to actually disperse that capital, but to kind of make these projects work to get them across the hurdle line and make these transactions actually structure and get to market. So that's what we want to see happening, is government using its both its balance sheet but also its regulatory powers in a very strategic and thoughtful way to, from a regulatory perspective, kind of create the playing field around which private sector capital is moving around, and from a guarantees perspective, making it easier for this capital to flow in the right direction.
Just a quick question for you, James, just for my benefit and maybe people in the audience if they're not aware. With things like the green taxonomy you worked on, and you also worked on fund disclosure rules, did they cover natural capital and biodiversity? What was the coverage on those?
So the green taxonomy, so they're both things that are work in progress at the moment, and we're hopeful that both will see the light of day relatively soon. So the green taxonomy, just so people are aware, is basically a list of everything that's green. And so if you're saying this is an investment that's green, you can actually verify that by saying, well, it's included in the list of things that are regarded as green inside the green taxonomy. And it's a great tool that should hopefully go some way to addressing greenwashing, which we know is a challenge in this space. And so the first two areas of the green taxonomy that have been worked on are climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation, and they will give kind of lists of activity, economic activity that can be included under those categories. There are 4 other categories that are going to be worked on, and the reason why this is all a framework that might feel familiar to those that are working on or looking to understand the EU green taxonomy is because it's the exact same framework. And so you have a series of different types of activity, and then underneath those you have what's called technical screening criteria, and that's fundamentally the big long list. Now, what happened is when we left the EU, we onshored the framework of the green taxonomy or the EU taxonomy. We didn't onshore the technical screening criteria. So the UK will have its own sets of technical screening criteria, but will broadly follow the EU framework for how the taxonomy works. So the EU is probably a year or two ahead of the UK on this. What's I think important is that over the coming weeks and months that we have 2 things happen. One, the consultation moves forward from the Treasury on consulting on the UK's green taxonomy. But secondly, also that we create the disclosure framework in the UK that requires companies and other corporates to disclose against the green taxonomy. And then over time that will broaden out to be cover other nature-related issues. When it comes to the fund labelling system, which is what the FCA, which is the UK's financial regulator, is working on, we're part of the advisory group for that. One of the important, I think this is the UK's equivalent to the European SFDR, Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulations. In the EU, many people will be familiar with this concept of Article 6, Article 8, and Article 9. Now, these are disclosure frameworks that have become, in effect, a labelling system and a labelling framework. And so people are saying, oh, my fund's Article 8. Now that on many levels doesn't really mean very much. It's broadly a disclosure framework. So in the UK, we're trying to learn that lesson a little bit, sometimes a benefit from being second on these things. And so what we're doing is we're creating a disclosure framework similar to the EU's, and on top of that there'll be a fund label. So you will be able to say, or there will be criteria that determine whether you can describe your fund as sustainable. Now, sustainable is not restricted in this context, or hopefully will not be. The proposal is not restricted to just climate change. It will actually cover sustainability in the context of environmental issues, or indeed other sort of nature issues, or indeed other issues related to social issues as well. So I think there's a lot of different features of this which are going to be included.
Thanks for that, James. I feel much better informed now. Peter, just a sort of final question for you. Just because you've got experience in actual deals that have happened in biodiversity, natural capital, and things, do you see areas of, say, low-hanging fruit, or easy investments that can be made in areas of biodiversity? So, like, where would you see the main growth investment areas in the biodiversity space? And where is it easiest, do you think, for public institutions and private investors to perhaps make some investments and generate impact?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a super good question. I think if we think back to the point about what proportion of the economy is impacted by biodiversity, I would sort of advocate more for a kind of mainstreaming rather than saying the investment opportunities are more in sector X or Y, because there are some sectors which are maybe more directly impacted, like, let's say, food sector, where you can very easily understand how unsustainable agriculture practices should be somehow addressed. You could understand that those firms which deal with, more toxic substances, which could represent a hazard, should be looked at more closely by investors. But I think most sectors have a greater or lesser degree of exposure, and I think what you, in order to prioritize, I think a good way of looking at it is to take the approach that James has described and on taxonomy, because that will identify those sectors which have let's say a more material exposure. Because the way that these taxonomies are designed is not to try and capture everything in the economy, but to capture those areas which are more materially exposed to those questions. So in a way, that is a kind of short, if you take the list of activities in these taxonomies, and there's one available for the EU taxonomy, you've got a kind of working hypothesis as to what areas will be more impacted and more relevant. So, I mean, I don't need to take you through the entire list because it's quite a long one, but it also will not, and if you see the climate one, it doesn't really cover things which are low emissions, at the moment. That hasn't been prioritized. So I think that's important to understand at a very macro level. The prioritization has been very much in the forefront of the thinking of the scientists and the practitioners, finance practitioners who developed the EU schematic. So that gives you already quite a strong sense of priority. But beyond that, it's going to be very much down to businesses to understand what's material in their particular sector. And I would bring you back to those sort of materiality tools that have been discussed earlier. And just to maybe give a sense that this is not that easy for firms. I mean, we've been working on this for decades, and only now are we getting to the point where we are defining an approach to integrate the value element of biodiversity into economic analysis in a more hardwired way. So despite all the experience and resources that we have, we're also at the beginning of this. So I think James is right. We shouldn't be, we shouldn't be surprised or feel even that we're not doing very well if we haven't achieved this yet. We just need to get started. And if you're just doing a high-level valuation assessment and you're trying to figure out which areas could be material in your portfolio, that would be a good start. And that's kind of what we've decided to do in Europe as well, is not to say, well, step one is to figure out exactly how well we align with the criteria. No, step one is to look at the portfolio and figure out which areas might be relevant. So to do a kind of scoping exercise, and then in the second year of reporting, you have to figure out in more detail, well, how material or how severely are those different activities impacted by biodiversity, and what are the risks and what are the opportunities, of course. And the opportunities are the mirror image and will be huge. So we all know what a big opportunity green energy has been. I think biodiversity restoration will be a huge opportunity, especially when one looks at large entities such as public and private entities that have a negative impact, and they're going to be looking to offset. And there we can come to the concept of net positive as well. Sometimes you can't reverse things instantly, but you can, for want of a better word, do some offsetting and start to improve in another area. So I think this debate about net positive is going to become quite an important debate, simply because turning around the super tanker of the UK or global economy is a slow process. So, but we still need to do good, even if some things are not yet at the right level. I'll stop there.
All right, yeah, well, James, that was just, I know you lost connection there, James. That was just a quick question on perhaps what the near-term investment priorities, or what some of the low-hanging fruit in biodiversity and natural capital investments might look like. I don't know if there's been much discussion of it with you, or if you have a view on that. where would be the growth areas of biodiversity? You know, in the near term, where are people going to get started on this?
I'm not sure I have a great answer to you on that specific question.
Okay.
I mean, I think you know, in more broadly, I think, you know, obviously investors are looking very closely at the low-hanging fruit in the context of climate change. But what's really interesting about this is there's you know, government policy can drive an awful lot of this. And so, for example, to give a positive and a negative example where this works badly and well, in the UK we have a strong government commitment that you won't be able to buy a car that's not electric post 2030. You know, pretty much all of us believe that is going to stick, that's how it's going to be. There's now lots of electric cars on the streets already, and so if you as an investor were presented with a potential investment opportunity around electric car charging infrastructure, you know, you would look at it very closely, because we all recognize and accept that that's the future that we're moving into, and it's kind of unquestionable, unquestioned. On the other hand, another really major area of where we need to move forwards to is around energy efficiency in buildings, of course, even more important in the context of energy price rises. And we have some of the worst buildings in Europe, in the UK, from an energy efficiency perspective. And so you'd think that there'd be an obvious route for investment to be creating, you know, the energy efficiency industry, but there isn't. And the reason why is because government policy has had so many false starts. We've moved forward in different directions. Things have been put out there, then withdrawn. Subsidies have been created and taken away. The industry just has no confidence that what the government says today is going to still be there tomorrow. It's going to remain the case tomorrow on energy efficiency. And so we, you know, as an industry, as investors, are willing to invest to create and shape and structure the new industries of the future, such as energy efficiency. And of course, this is where nature and biodiversity comes right into this. But if we don't get the signals, the clear signals from government and other key stakeholders that this is the direction of travel and this is where we're moving to, that's not going to happen. And so I think that's almost a plea to government to, you know, don't forget that the signals that come out of government, that come out of our leaders, political leaders, actually do shape where investments drive and flow as a result of that. Again, it doesn't need to be financial commitments from governments necessarily. It can be regulatory, it could be, you know, directions of travel, it can be strategies. But having those statements out there in a way that people believe have longevity, and this is where the US has done a good thing with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is obviously really predominantly a climate change act, which has 10-year forward planning of all of these subsidies and tax breaks and other things that allow people to get in, knowing that they've got 10 years of these tax breaks in place, to create and then build that industry in that period of time that can then be self-sustaining once those tax breaks are withdrawn. That's what we need, and that's what will help to drive and advance both the net zero progression, but also the progression to a nature positive economy as well.
Thanks, James. Well, on that note, I can bring the discussion to an end there. We're out of time, and that's a wrap for the entire day as well, for day 2 of our Net Zero event. I would like to thank both of our panelists who had to do the work of 3 panelists. Very well done. I feel much smarter than I did before it. All of today's content will be available to watch on demand from Thursday. And what you have to do, you have to re-log onto the event platform and click the On Demand tab. And then you can see all the sessions. I've also got to thank our sponsors of our Making Sense of Net Zero event. So that's Aberdeen, DWS, Floodery, Masdar City, and RMS. And the next installment of this event series will take place on Wednesday, the 12th of October, and will address how we can speed up the energy transition. We've got a very good lineup of speakers confirmed for then as well. So make sure you sign up free of charge for that event through our homepage. And that's all from me. Thanks everyone for joining us, and see you.
Thank you very much.